Wait, hold on.
It's a
I'll
party.
accept your knock before I leave.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, I gotta go to the channel. I'm gonna knock
Do you
on
pee
your
coffee?
door.
No.
I'm gonna knock on your door. And this time it's not a joke. It's a real door. It's a real door.
Okay. Hi, I am in Nino's thingy. You guys set up your stream and I will be right back, okay?
Okay. Guys, did we miss her voice?
Yes, we did.
Oh, wait, I just re-invited Nova again. My bad.
We missed Nova so much we peed ourselves.
We quivered.
It was a very powerful piss.
Yes, we quivered. It's a new hell, yeah. It's a me, Mario. I'll attack. Meow, meow, meow.
Overwatch. Oh, wait. Oh, for a moment I thought I didn't have it installed, but I don't have it on Steam. I have it in the other thing.
Overwatch. Oh, gosh. Overwatch.
You know what we should also play again at some point?
Oh?
Fortnite.
Oh my god.
Ninu's favorite game!
No comments.
Oh,
Karin!
I just woke up.
We had so much fun playing Fortnite. It is my favorite game.
I sent the link in the chat.
Okay, I'll just...
Why would you do that, Belf?
What did Belf do?
He's always naughty.
Belf. Can't believe it. You know what happens to naughty people, right?
Update? Oh shit. Sorry?
I just asked if Belf knows what happens to naughty people.
Yeah, he knows very well. Oh, Mommy started playing! Mommy started playing!
Mommy?
Mommy?
Sorry. Mommy? Not sorry. Mommy? Mommy?
Mother?
Mother?
Guys, I need to, there's something I need to fix with my model. What's change? Mother! I crave violence! I crave violence! Okay. So, yeah, it works now. Yeah. Now,
Oh, you know what I crave?
What do you crave?
20-pack chicken nuggets.
Oh, dino nuggies?
Oh my god, if they made
like
them in
dinosaurs?
dinosaur shapes, yes, please.
Casherino? Plum! Hello. Wait, how come I didn't hear that? Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me he's doing that thing again. Don't tell me he's doing that thing again. Hold up, guys. Let me fix it. I'm gonna fix it. Wait, monitoring. Shall play again.
Where is it?
Oh my god! Demi is here!
Demi is here?
Wait, he must be here because he redeemed something.
Oh my goodness.
Oh fuck shit! What the
I
fuck?
got a loud noise.
God damn it, thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks, Desna. There he
Oh
is!
shit, wait, let me open OBS in
Saute them
Administrator
until they're
in case we
softer.
switch to rivals later.
Oh my god. Yeah, oh yes, do that. Dark Eye!
Teeth?
Falling sleepy. You be lurking in bed? No
Oh,
worries.
the carrots, not the teeth.
Look at cute model. He made it himself. When he was this small, and now he's this small. Thank you for the pat. Guys, what if my head was a bowling
Watermelon.
ball? Oh, did you say that because I'm half black?
What? No, I did not say that. No.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Did not say that. No.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. Cancel people. Wait, it was because I said it. I was doing this cancelable. Ah.
Wait. What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
No, I legit was in the kitchen with my headset and it cut out. It cut out, and then all of a sudden I heard you guys freaking out. What happened?
It's just something I said. You don't really want to know. It's all I can say.
Do I need to delete this YouTube VOD, Ninu?
No. No. Go man. No.
I am inside you guys.
Oh wait, you're inside.
I'm inside
You for the
you.
pass to take. Where's Fable? Why is she not in the chat? Oh, she is in the chat. Wait,
Am I?
what? Yeah, I see you, but wait, what?
Wait, hold up. Let me maybe try to join again.
What that?
Wait. Oh god.
Hawk hunting high. I was about to call you Hawk to one.
Okay, wait, let me try again.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
there we go.
in. That's what she said. Yay,
I'm in. Hackers be like I'm in.
guys. I think. My meds are working, or maybe
That's
working
good.
too much.
Yay!
Now that I'm too hyper, and I
but I'm
can't
already
control my
here.
thoughts. Demi, you go sleep. That's good, Ninu. What, you guys want hyper Ninu? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't make sense to myself. Okay, mostly
we go.
I. Oh my god!
Wait, hold up. I need to check where. Okay, there we go.
It's pure chaos, yeah. I gotta change my icon. I gotta change my icon.
Yeah, you're not in the condom gang. What the fuck?
I'm sorry. Hold. Yo, that's actual crazy. Do you see this number, guys?
Legitness.
This is what they say to my mom about me. Oh, I'm wearing the pants.
How's it going? Hello. You're wearing pants? Oh yeah, you are wearing the pants.
I am wearing the pants. Nova?
One
Yeah.
pants to rule them
Hello.
all.
Hello?
Let me know when you guys are ready.
I am ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Quick play, Mr. Heroes? I'll do quick play.
Okay,
Phenomenon.
Nom nom.
Yum yum.
Nom nom.
Yum yum.
Nom nom.
Phenomenon.
Yum yum.
Nom nom.
Candy, by the way, chat, if you see me opening and closing my mouth.
Oh my god, what kind of candy? Is it like Reese's again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, I know her so well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dang.
Texting me Gates. Hi Frankazoid. I'm doing good. How are you doing? My sleeping pattern is completely fucked. It's like 11 p.m. and I just woke up like 30 minutes ago or so.
No! Oh my god, I can't believe it. Lizard. Why would he do this? When I'm in this state. La 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 lizard. 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 La 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 lizard.
Don't destroy your body. What the fuck? How about you don't do this? We need the Frank boy to be healthy and not destroyed.
Lizard.
Also, yes, for real, I just woke up. I am.
He's American. Oh wait, she's not even American.
Yeah, I'm just fucked all over.
Don't worry, I woke up too early and then
Oh man. We really are kind of, especially so it's 3 to 4 times a week. Why?
It's phenomenon. Phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon. Oh my! Ooh, they've changed all this. I don't want this skin. Oh, I saw a nice, cute skin for Anna, guys. Wait, I don't know. It was really cute, and she was like young. And it's so cute. I want it.
Sorry, to make it stronger. They're like those people who keep breaking their arms and stuff so that
I'm in a
the
bikini.
bone becomes stronger.
Show me.
Wait, let me see you.
Show
Let me
me.
see you.
Show
Wait, let me look at you.
Oh, wait.
Damn, girl.
Whoa, you're wearing. This is wrong.
I know, they shouldn't have made them wear shorts, but all of them are wearing shorts.
Oh, your hair is nice
the
though.
Fuck? Imagine. You still look absolutely wonderful.
New hero. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I want the skin. I want the skin for him.
Wait,
The-
I
the-
have the skin for him.
You have
Oh,
the
I
skin?
forgot.
You want to play
I
him?
forgot. No, I don't think that I have it set for him.
Oh my god. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I forgot for a
I can't.
second that I am a tank and I'm also Orisa. Can you guys tell I never play this game?
Yeah, I can tell.
Fuck you, you're not supposed to say that.
Oh,
You're supposed to
it's
lie.
understanding.
Like,
I understand.
I almost did. Come here. Come here. Come.
Wait, I thought I saw a teammate. Oh, okay.
It's for Symmetra.
Oh, I guess I can't go up with that. Yeah. Oh my
shared
god.
I can't believe it.
We have a shared
Unbelievable.
golden kappa.
Oh my god, we got guys.
What?
Golden Kappa.
Whoa.
Okay, what else can this guy do? Run away. Run away. Run away now. I'll attack. I'll attack. Oh.
Oh, we get pretty Ninu singing.
No!
Yeah.
No, we weren't here, people! Oh my god!
No, you're not.
Who-
You're doing so good. No, stop it! No, that wasn't Lampy. It was Lampy. I swear to God.
Kappa.
I'm smarter. I'm better.
No, come here. Ha. Oh, great.
Oh.
Oh god, Jesus Christ. Can I stop whispering sensually into my own ear?
Oh my god. Is there a...
No, do the
How do I sign up for
whispering.
that?
Do the whispering again. Well, oh, no.
She wants us to whisper. Okay.
Okay, this is gonna
Wait,
ask for
I'm
that.
Tung Tung. Tung Tung Sahur. I'm gonna wood. Would you wood?
Would you would?
you would?
Would?
Yeah.
Would you would?
How many times has your mother watched it?
What?
I've rewatched it. Sorry, not one.
What?
Hey, yo.
You know what I mean.
I mean, I know what you mean, which is why I'm asking what.
Wait, does this heal you? It does, I think.
That probably does something. Oh shit. Oh,
I got you.
did it. Oh, thank you. I'm no longer did it.
Live!
Stop going up there all the time.
Low. He's so low. I should have just locked in and killed him.
Okay, it's okay, it's okay. He's almost there. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh my god!
Oh shit.
Yeah!
Absolutely no one was got with that.
You're gonna live, you're gonna live! 64 Jeffrey.
Oh no, there's the Roadhog is almost dead. Fucking bitch.
Oh, he's in it.
I'm upping my weight on my back for my run. Ooh, look at you, Frank, with I'm proud of you. You're making progress.
Birds and buffet amateurs can suck it.
No, stop!
Oh wow, my brain is so ADHDing.
Okay.
Oh shit, I keep forgetting we have perks and stuff.
Live! Oh, I don't have any more.
Come on.
Oh gosh.
The fuck? Are they pushing me away? Who's in that?
I got him, I got him.
Nice. I'm on fire! I don't even really know what Orisa is, but
She's
oh
a
my God.
tank.
I mean, okay, I
She's
knew
so cute,
that. She has.
Oh
really
my
good-
god, we have
Good
level
kitten.
6. I'm a good kitten.
Kitten. Look at good
You
kitten.
are.
He calls me good kitten.
I know,
Could you believe
right?
it? He calls me kitten. I love it.
And it's
And
not
then he calls me
cringe.
sweetie.
Yeah. Oh my god. And you know, at some point you can like change their nickname for you, and there's a
Yeah,
couple
I
of them.
changed it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
gave
okay,
him my
nice.
real name. I give him my real name. Wait, can I change it to like something that they can pronounce?
Yes. You can do like honey, baby, sweetheart.
Okay,
like
you can go
there's,
with
like,
it, you can go with it.
couple- There's like a couple that you can put in there, and then they actually use that, and they can like talk about that and stuff.
Oh shit! And then your Discord kitten.
Oh, I thought that was
I'm a kitten for Silas. Man, he. Guys, thank you so much. Look at that! You guys are so absolutely generous and so kind with your dollar bling blong. You trust me with. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. So. Oh no, live! Wait, can I actually write it on the wall?
The fuck? How did she get up there? Oh yeah, flying. Everyone's up there. That's not fair. Come back here.
Oh, there's a way to get down here. Down, out there. Oh!
Oh, there's people. Oh, there's so many people. Oh my god. Wait, is that called McFlurry?
I saw a t-shirt at a touristy place today that was like, I don't want to go outside, it's too heaty out there today.
Yeah, I relate.
Oh no! Oh gosh. Oh my god, I tried. Holy shit, look at that golden. Guys, show us your golden choo-choo cappies. Your golden nuts.
These nuts.
These nuts. Wait. So does it what does it let me do? Oh, y'all so dead.
Yeah,
We're
I
all
couldn't
so
get
dead.
away in time.
Oh my goodness, look at that. No what? This guy's kind of fun, but I have no idea what I'm doing.
McFlurry. No, I want a McFlurry.
Which also reminds me, I forgot to do something. Yeah. Wait, oh god, it's the ult. Wait, I thought they brought. Oh, okay, they didn't. They didn't bring it back. So Nova, how was it climbing mountains?
It was good. I saw
Yeah?
lots of pretty stuff. I ate a sandwich by a stream. I saw a moose.
Ah!
I saw
Aw.
prairie dogs. I saw many deer.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
you
good.
saw Fable?
I saw
What's your
I
mistake
saw
when you saw them?
bighorn sheep. What else?
Did it go meh?
Oh, I saw pikas, the little mice that
Aw.
Pikachu
Oh.
is named after.
You.
I thought you meant actual Pikachu and not like something
No,
disgusting
Pikachu
like that.
is named after a tiny mouse that it makes adorable noises. And
Yeah.
I saw.
Does
a
it
ton
say
of them.
Pikachu?
No, sadly. No.
Imagine Nova discovered Pokemon.
Then they could die. Ah, here it is.
No.
The thing I forgot. I
Stop
forgot, guys.
Joyful.
I forgot.
I'm not singing, Lampy.
Why won't you sing for us?
Because I'm scared.
Okay, would you sing for me in my tiny little ears?
No.
Oh, she hates me.
I love you. Your opinion means even more to me.
Oh. You got
Thank
found
you for the hydrate,
found
Lampy.
it.
You want me to take something out of my funny bucket? Or do you want me to drink actual water?
Oide?
Oiter?
Oide?
Have right here
You'd
next
say
to me.
no to Nino? Yeah.
I know, I'm sorry. Bucket? Alright.
Party
Something
owl.
for 12 months. That's like a
Hell yeah.
Wait, did you do 12 months in advance, or is that? Wait a second, I'm confused. What does resubbing for 12 months mean?
A whole
Wait.
year!
Wait, but it says they've been subscribed for 20 months. Did you just do like a whole year? I'm confused. Thank you so much, though. I don't know.
Wait, actually, isn't it September? That means it's September, guys.
Oh, yeah, it is
September. That means
September.
it's on discount.
Oh, I forgot.
That also reminds me, I wanted to ask you guys again if, like, next month, if you want to do my birthday stream with me.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I really do. I'm sorry. I couldn't do
Wow.
it. I couldn't stick with the bit.
You better like take
Thanks
your
for the
daughter
follow, by
all
the
the
way,
way back
Shio.
in.
Oh,
Turn
man.
it back into a
If
single
I'm
cell.
there,
If
I might possibly not be around. Because, there is a possibility that I may be visiting my grandparents if it works. I'm not sure if that's gonna be around my birthday or not, but, you know, if then I'm doing the stream, like, afterwards, but, like, it could be. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. Frankly, Zoe, you don't gotta bully me
Well-
for my birthday. It's okay, it's just a day.
No, you do not have to cover my rent every month, Frankerzoid. What the? I legit thought you were joking, and then you broke me today when you actually did it for one. Okay?
Feeling warmed up?
You don't need to ever do it again.
Grandma and Grandpa Fable, hell yeah, I miss them so much, so I really hope I can visit them this year.
Stay close.
Guys, I'm just gonna test something real quick, okay?
Thank you for the biddies. The biddies
Alright.
right on my titties.
Oh, and you know, can I suckle on your abs?
Oh yeah, baby.
Thank you. Thank you for
You're
the dinner.
welcome.
Lizard.
Lizard,
The biddies,
lizard.
the biddies, right on my titties.
Wait,
Lizard.
where is it? Where is it? Why is it not showing? Okay, I'll have to fix it. No,
Lizard.
no, I forgot. I forgot to play the game.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I agree with whatever the fuck you just said.
You got a Symmetra.
Yeah. Wait, are these the same people that we just played against with?
I don't know, is there someone called McFlurry?
There's a lady in here.
All I remember, all I know is McFlurry. Wait, why did I pick her to play? I just realized I normally play fucking robot thigh lady.
It looks like you're DPS.
Yeah, I mean the what's her
Oh,
name?
Farah.
No,
Sojourn.
Sojourn.
Whenever I say robot thigh lady, literally no one ever knows what I'm talking about.
In heart, I knew what you were talking about.
And that is all I could ask for. This is like half the cast. That is fair, Frank. Is like,
Okay, I can see on point.
Reverse the tide.
Oh my god.
I always click this wrong button.
Lizard.
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 Killed the hamster.
There you
Killed a tiny hamster.
You did. Lizard.
Banana.
Oh. Oh wait.
He's on
Forgot.
point.
Yeah, I'm on point.
Oh.
Oh god. Hold up. I'll get him. I got him.
Thank you.
Killed the hamster again. People. Oh yeah, Lampy. After this match, I'm gonna get your little bucket thingy. He redeemed hydrate, and I asked if he wanted normal water or if he wanted something from the bucket.
Bucket?
My party bucket.
Oh, you mean your alcohol?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, you're gonna hydrate with alcohol?
Wow, she would hydrate with alcohol without me.
Apologies, Ninu.
You just don't like me.
I love you.
Nino.
You
What
should
have we said
not-
about telling lies?
But it's like my second nature.
Telling lies.
It's like my second nature. It's okay, it's just bull. He's just doing bull stuff.
Let's go to the dinky.
Oh my god. Parfait Feline, hi, thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it. Oh my god, don't perceive
Oh
me,
my
I'm
God.
so bad at this game.
No,
I'm
my
doing
god,
what to do. Oh, Metsy, thank you for the follow. Oh god. I'll give you a shout out as soon as I'm no longer in trouble.
Don't move it!
Stop it, Lampy, no, don't do
Oh
that.
no. Is he singing? Is he singing?
You need extra mods? I actually do. I do. Hey, Vel! You're looking, snazzy today. You're looking
he
so
didn't even need that.
godlike.
Oh,
Just get a... Lampy, I don't have any mods in chat. The only mod that I have that is in chat sometimes is Abion,
Oh my
and then
God.
sometimes Engie is here. And then Nova, you know, but sometimes I stream with Nova and then Nova is in chat.
I might be streaming right now.
Exactly.
Is Belf not a mod for you?
Not yet.
Well, I mean,
Modless. I'm modless.
you should make Belf a mod.
Oh, that's
I volunteer.
Belf modding everyone.
Messy, thanks for the follow.
Not even my sister's in my fucking stream.
Okay, but to be fair, like my siblings never show up in my streams.
Wow, can you imagine? Only because I said I was gonna oil one of them up with fish oil. That is so weird that they don't show up.
You know, I don't think that I ever actually told him that's exactly what you said.
Oh.
I never. Yeah, he never heard that you were. I did not tell my brother you wanted to oil him up in fish oil.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. I can't. I'm sorry. I could not bring myself to do that.
I wonder why. Is it because it's despicable and morally incomprehensible?
No, it's not. It's nothing like that.
If Ava can do it herself, I would. I would. Free mod. Oh, hell yeah, stop oiling up brothers. I'm gonna
Oh my
oil
God.
up all the brothers' apples. But perfect feeling, no need to apologize.
I hope he knows I died for him. Oh my god, Danielle!
You have a great rest of your day.
Now you
Get
can
some
tell
rest.
him.
I died for your sins!
Renino's. Oh my god, that would have been a great shot. Could you give us a peek?
Oh my god, Sim. Baby Sim. They changed it, I forgot.
Guys, I've watched K-pop Demon Hunters with my mom and stuff, and she has watched it like 3 or 4 times already by now.
Dude, why do I keep hearing a phone ringing? Oh, okay, it's probably because of that. Stupid lizard.
Ring, ring. Banana.
It's lizard, lizard. Banana, bit more is time.
So
You know what
appealing.
feeling?
Stop oiling up brothers. I don't want to stop oiling up. What apples? Why would you try to put a debuff on me?
No.
Oh, thank you for healing me. Whoever just did that, I think this is
I did. It was me.
You saved me. You didn't only die for my sins. You saved my life.
I love that Wu Yang says bath time.
Bath time.
I would like him to give me a bath time. Give me good old Robin, scrub. You wash my back, I wash your everything.
I would have bath time with him too.
Mm-hmm. You get it.
Oh gosh.
She has so much oil. Yeah, I have so much oil to go around. So much oil I can't aim.
Oh gosh.
Sigma shield.
Oh fuck that. Oh fuck that.
I barely ever played this game.
Did I get it? No, I didn't get it. Almost. I should have.
Oh wait, are you guys even there?
Oh,
I think everyone's dead, right?
Chat, how is audio by the way? Because I have a lot of things running and my brain is also running. So, I don't know.
Hey Nino, is your fridge running?
It's got legs.
Legs.
He got leg. It's one leg and it rolls.
Damn. Your fridge got legs for days. Who can consider play Overwatch 2? It was the girls on the call with me right now. Well, I mean, they didn't really convince me. They were like, hey, wanna play? And I was like, yeah, I wanna play because I never say no to playing with the girls.
Wait. Become so numb. Oh no, did you just walk? Did you do a boo boo?
I did.
We gotta go.
Stop it. Stop it. Bob,
Oh, I forgot.
please.
It's points time.
Quick play.
Bob, do something. Bob, please save me. Yeah, Nova seems to be kind of quiet for a lot of people. Maybe it's just because her voice is so soft and beautiful.
Aww. Wait, why is it possible bad message from Nuclear Cherry? They didn't even say anything bad. What?
I have the chat closed. Alright, Lampy, here goes your bucket.
Do it.
It's
Do it.
Alright.
I was nothing.
it's blueberry.
Bloop.
Bloob.
You got the bloop. Alright, let me see. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on.
Oh, shit,
I
never
gotta
mind.
do
Whatever.
custom and then let's just do 71.
Alright, Belv.
Thank
Can
you
you
for the
like
biddies.
mod
The
give
biddies
a
right
shout
on
out
my
to
titties.
Perfect Line? I would appreciate that.
Why does it not show? Why? Why
Okay.
did-
Alright,
why-
how to do
why-
this again? Oh, there you go. There you go, my loyal knight.
Night.
Lampy, do you want me to do like shots fall of these? Stop pretending I need to put a timeout on that.
What?
I'm sorry. It was joke.
Okay.
Respect getting up at 11 p.m., hopping on Overwatch and start drinking. I mean, you can't have Overwatch without the drinking. I'm kidding. I'm
Oh, wait.
joking.
I had the.
Thank
What
you
is
for
this?
the biddies. The biddies right on my titties.
Oh my god.
Why don't I see it? Why?
See, and
Why?
the great thing is I haven't eaten anything yet, so
You're
I had,
gonna
like,
be
a-
drunk real fast.
if I am, would you guys still love me?
Of course.
Of course. I was gonna say, let me think about it.
Oh yes.
Whatever.
Yeah, think about it.
Thank you.
Refreshings.
Going to it extra hard. Oh, I couldn't make myself.
Thank you for the biddies.
No,
The
Frank is
biddies
like.
right
Oh
on my
my god.
titties.
Why?
Whatever.
Why not?
No, thank you.
Why not? Why not work?
See, the great part is I don't even like half of the stuff in this bucket, like flavor-wise. I don't like watermelon, and there's a nougat one. and
Wow.
It's so fucking weird, and I hate
What do you
it.
mean you don't like
She
watermelon?
doesn't like watermelon, guys.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Fable.
She doesn't like watermelon.
I used to love watermelon, but I don't know what changed. I don't know what happened.
You changed, and that was a choice, wasn't it?
Okay, bitch.
I love you.
I love you too. I love you too.
Feel the power
Wow, give me your
of
mother.
my magic.
My name is
Try her
Kogon Bell.
for her
Oh,
bikini.
what?
That's fair. Okay, I gotta run. Bye bye, Apples. Thank you so much for sticking around for a bit. I really appreciate it.
I did. I love
Hello.
you. Hello. Outburst. Long range is left. Medium is right.
Thank
hi,
you for the
dude.
biddies.
Hi,
The
how you
biddies right on my
doing?
titties.
I don't see it!
Very good.
Oh my god, I give up.
Okay.
I am always ready
Oh,
to
okay.
learn.
She's the one with the healing pylons.
Let me just quickly.
You know, look at my outfit.
Oh my god. Oh my. Yeah.
Wait, that is such a cute Echo outfit.
Thank you.
Did you
You
say
look so yeah, I'm looking at yeah. Oh wow. I like that your thing moves.
Oh, Belle, what were you doing? Oh, Belle.
Bring it back now.
I love how we're sharing mods like a cum sock.
You know, I wasn't gonna compare it to that, but that was definitely something. You know.
Gosh, I was going through. I was
love
going
you
through
guys.
like things that I posted before.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one that you guys might like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excited.
Yeah. There's one that you're gonna like. A meme. I'll look at memes. Memes that I've posted.
Ooh.
Yes.
Like the I love that you smoke when you're pregnant, SpongeBob.
Kinda.
Engaging thrust.
Kinda. When I die, I'll do it. Oh, there was Sombra.
Guys, I mean that in the most lovingly way possible.
Oh,
I'm shooting at a
Oh, I've been
door.
hacked.
he's dead. Me. Oh no. Mother, I need healing. Mother. Thank you.
Oh, I made the jump. Oh my god, for a moment I thought I killed myself. Oh shit! No, no, no. Help,
Adaptive
help.
circuits engaged. Diva.
But hi, baby.
Babe.
Systems are optimal.
Oh, baby.
Bye bye.
Baby, baby.
This is where the fun begins.
Sorry, I'm letting out the
Where's the
Elvis.
fun playing fair? Where's the fun playing fair? Are they still playing Sombra? No, they're not. I got potential. You're killing you now. Like on me.
This is really fun. Hi, Dab Master.
Oh, I got
Oh,
some.
Lampy, I saw, and I was so proud.
I don't know what it does.
Jesus. Oh, fuck. Oh, they're glowing.
Okay,
we
let me
win?
send you guys. Yeah, we won the round. We
Yay!
won the round.
1-0.
Can I have like lots of healing pylons or just one?
Just one, but it does a lot of heals.
Okay.
If you're close
This is what you do with the gang. This is what you do with the homies. There you go. I
Kiss
put
the
it
homies
in the
goodnight.
girls. Whoopsie doo! Here comes the goo. I can't believe I posted shit like that.
Good Nina, you should do more of that.
Yeah.
We do like some good shit posting.
Wait, let me read the next one. It's slime time! I have some bro girt.
Oh, kitten! Oh, kitten!
Oh, wait, did
Thank
you
you
call
so
me
much for
kitten?
the sub, I appreciate
Oh, we
it.
talk about the real kitten.
That is so kind of you. 2 months already. You're still here.
Oh, they're gonna say I'm cheating because of that. You must. Thanks.
We got Charlie on our team, but they have Mother.
More. Oh.
Serves up, dude.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just singing to myself. I'm a rocker, guys. I'm a rocker. You can't believe it.
I got a rocket in my pocket. And with rocket, well, let's just say no mean left. Yeah, okay.
Guys,
engaged.
I'm Moira.
Come here, little babies.
Reversing person.
They're not coming.
Sound on me.
They're scared.
More. Standing. I'll be with a better blue. Having more. Hi. Hi, lady. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jiminy, quick.
Sticky ball? Sticky ball? Sticky bombs. Sticky ball.
Oh, we're doing so good right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fucking, you know the rest. I sure do. You need an adult. You are the adult, dude.
Wait, there's no adults here?
Imagine being an adult.
Oh.
I
Oh
just
shit.
realized I had my ult, but I
I died.
died before I could use it.
Drink water.
You dehydrated, bitch.
Drink water. You dehydrated bitch. I'm a Watson.
I'm a Watson.
Oh, Watson these nuts.
I don't think a single shot. Right, there we go.
Ah! Why would you?
Bruh.
Why would you? Why would you? Why would you? Why? I really love looking at the
I
FNAF
didn't know that
robot
I could
shit
do
popping
that.
into my screen. Thank you. It makes me feel very whole. Very whole.
Oh, I just... Ow, I died.
You did?
No, I stumped my little toe.
Wait, I'm resing you! I'm resing you! I res!
Give me back.
Absolute gamer!
Dead.
I did it! Wait.
Oh.
No. Lady, no. Lady, no. No, lady. Oh, she actually got me. She hit me in the face. It was to get rid of your hiccups, Nino. I didn't even have hiccups to begin with. Why you bullshitting? Oh my god!
Oh my god.
It's
your
Nino
echo
the
is
peasant!
Cute.
Yeah.
It's Nino the peasant, guys! Nino the peasant!
Nino the peasant.
Nino the peasant!
Oh, I thought you were gonna fall in that hole.
Which hole?
Oh,
That one?
no.
The one I just
Yeah.
looked at. Nino the pheasant. No, Nino the peasant.
Nino the pheasant?
Let's see if I can open my loot boxes one by one.
Hey, Dracon, welcome in.
One by one. Blue. Open new one. What is it? What's it? What is it? Gold? Oh my god.
Oh, wait, I
Fiend.
have a loot box.
Fiend. Yes, you did. Oh, Eternal Rest is nice, but I have a cool one.
I like that better.
Oh, I want this. Hit me. Hit me.
Hit me with your best shot.
New box.
Come on and hit me with your best shot.
Oh, this is cute.
Oh, this is furry.
Ow. Not me.
Oh, Cindy.
Take my
Okay, we got
advice.
Daddy Reinhardt.
You
There we go. Who else was in the pool bundle
This
that I
is
got
cute.
a
You're
swimsuit
coming
for?
for Fable's thing now? What? Now I'm a pheasant too?
Everybody
First I'm a
pheasant.
donkey, then I'm a
Oh.
chicken, now I'm a pheasant?
Did I not get his
Diddy.
swimsuit in the swimsuit pack? The fuck?
Nanny the fuck?
Robot.
Oh, I didn't.
A
I can't open my tiny thing.
conspiracy.
Conspiracy? About me?
Hi Asian Gravy, how's it going? Oh my
Asian
god,
Gravy!
welcome. Gravy!
Hi,
My little
Gravy.
soy sauce.
Gamba?
You aren't a pheasant? I'm not a pheasant. I'm a bird of undisclosed origin. Okay, well, I got it. Oh shit, I should probably get myself a glass or something. Next time. Half
Next
chicken, half
time.
half pheasant, half moose. I can't even have that many halves. That's not how that works. I might be bad at math, but I know that. Since reindeer peritons look like pheasants. See, that's what I mean. I'm a beautiful, beautiful, mystical creature. Footballs and candy. Oh, can you chuck candy at me? I love candy. No, what can I have?
Hey
some
guys,
of your
this is
candy?
easy,
not a
easy,
cat.
easy 90s. Wait, you're not
Oh,
a
I would
cat?
happily give you. I would happily give you some candy.
Thank you.
Would you give me candy?
Yeah, I would.
No,
Really?
feed us. Feed us.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, who do I go? Who do I go?
Wonders.
Oh my god, glitter skin! Glitter!
Here. I'll feed
Look
you
at me.
with-
Oh my
cool.
god, that is such a cute skin. Wait,
You
I want
like it?
that. Yeah, I do. It's so beautiful.
Yeah!
So cute.
Accelerate! What? Obsidian! Hi! Oh, hi all! Hello! Holy shit, that is like 10,000 years. And I can't count past then 4. Oh, sorry, hold up, let me help you. Wait, I got you.
Thank you, thank you.
These people know how to aim.
Oh shoot.
I don't like it.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh, it's okay, it's Reaper. But still,
I don't like that they can aim.
Got him. Fuck you, Diego. Oh, still got him. Still
Oh,
fucking got him though.
no!
Let's go.
Oh, I'm sorry, your sacrifice was not in vain.
That's okay. This is my
Oh,
second
hi!
game
Oh!
playing this character.
Axel Randall.
Think he's
Oh,
for the lurking
oh, you're
today,
right, I
really
should have gone
appreciate
Axel
it.
Randall.
Really plain.
Part of
Stop shielding people.
Oh, you're great, shield destroyer.
I'm trying.
Oh.
Oh lord, I'm trying.
Oh shit! Oh,
Trying,
ain't
if
no
I'm not
trying.
dying.
I didn't think you could do that.
Okay.
I'm learning. Have I played Deadlock? God, I don't remember.
Shut.
Oh shit!
I haven't played Deadlock. I don't have play. I don't think I've played that one. I played that other one. What's it called?
We
It's
did
kind
it!
of spooky, like a little bit.
No. By 1 second for each enemy hit. Visible. Deadlock? Oh, I do need to check it out. Can you tell me more about the Mina character? She looks hella cute. She kind of vampire, and I like that. Oh fuck! Behind us, behind us.
Oh, their Reaper's almost dead.
Fuck.
The
No!
Reaper has been reaped. Well, not yet, but like soon. Oh.
Vampires
I'm
think
like,
lately, vampires are hot though, Belle.
Say,
yeah, vampires are hot.
Money!
Until I
You know what a
suck at them.
vampire kick lately? Oh,
We should be
okay.
doing Rising again.
I see what you did there. See what you
We
did
gotta
there.
play Rising again, but on
We
that
need
server.
to. We need to. I played it the other day by myself. On the Lampy server. Because I couldn't sleep.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's all I did.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It just felt really empty though.
Aww.
But then I remembered, I'm always like that.
Aw.
Empty.
I will fill you with love and companionship.
We're about to lose our lead.
Where's everyone?
Oh, Pilar is so pretty. I think I might draw her, guys, for one of my doodles a day.
Wait, who?
The character I'm playing is so pretty.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Who are you playing?
I'm playing Eli.
Invisible.
Oh.
Invisible.
Help. Help.
I'm coming. I'm coming to help.
Wait, back up a little and you can go to my healing beacon. Never mind.
You can place it anywhere, by the way. Like,
Yeah,
if you place it, you can place it again. It won't take anything. Oh, shit. People dying to Diva Bomb nowadays?
Wasn't there like 5 people who died to one Diva Bomb last
Yeah.
time we played?
Yeah.
It was a diva.
The person!
He killed himself.
Invisible.
Almost dead, but I got him. Oh, thank you.
This guy's chasing my ass. Oh, I'm actually gonna die because I'm stuck.
Didn't you say day?
I'm
not
gonna die.
day? I can't believe you guys remember that.
Guys, he chased me. Is he still alive? Yes, he is. Hi, guys. Oh god.
Oh no no no! Oh.
I keep on wasting my ult at wrong moments because I don't know how long it takes.
I keep on forgetting that I have my ult and perks.
Oh gosh.
I hope everyone is hacked. Sometimes I say things and I fumble. But that's okay. It happens to the best of us,
Oh my
right?
god.
Battlefield 6. I've never played Battlefield.
I need to play Battlefield.
Battlefield.
Battlefield, innit? You play on such a different level than everyone else. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? I can do that? Oh.
Shit. Oh fuck. Oh, the Reaper's coming for me. Oh, he's coming. Oh lord, he got me.
Oh, yeah, what? Just oh gosh.
Okay, destruction. I have no clue about Battlefield. I just know you shoot people, but that's
just went to his
the case for
face.
a lot of games.
3 levitation, much more of an wait. What sort of exercise is that? Levitation? Like a...
Oh god, I'm stuck. I don't know where I am. Oh god.
Oh, you wanna come back?
I want to be back with you guys.
Oh, she actually kinda almost got me.
Gotta get to the robot.
Oh fuck. Wow, my ass!
Whoa, I saw
My
you getting
ass!
absolutely destroyed right there.
You saw it?
I saw it.
I have no idea what this is, guys. This is supposed to be... This is supposed to be easy 90s. I don't know. Hey, you know what I do know though?
What?
Your mother.
You sure do know my mother.
A beautiful lady, I say. She's beautiful, man. She's beautiful.
Oh wait, we did it.
Yes.
Yeah. We did it. We did it.
Oh my god, we actually won.
Charlie bit my finger.
I think it's fun that they show who your top tier heroes are now.
Lizard. Bro.
Did you guys see that with the little name card?
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, I did not see that. I clicked out for a moment.
Oh.
I apologize. My apologies. Oh wait, I have 11 loot boxes? What?
Open them slowly, one by one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I was doing that too. I forgot. Hey guys, we're opening loot boxes. Oh, that's cute.
Okay, good luck.
What next?
Oh, open. I can just open next loot box. I think. Why?
Pretty.
Why are you saying slower?
Golden dragon. Ooh, what's that? Name card. Oh. Ooh. Open next box.
So pretty.
Poiple.
I can be your idol. Ah.
Okay.
Would you
Ooh,
guys
this
still
one's
love
pretty.
me if I become
Yes.
a metal singer?
Yes.
Of course.
You'll
I
accept
would love
me?
to learn how to
Me
like, you know, do
too.
death screams and all that. But I also want to learn how to like regular I just want to learn all the things, you know? Having to do
good
with
at everything.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, you know who did that? That was me. The throne of Anubis, please.
Oh my god, really?
They'll never know
Oh my god.
that it was me all along.
Just adorable.
Who do I want to try? Who do I want
Should I
to
try
try?
Junker Queen this time? You know what? I'll try.
Da, 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 da. What is Mo hate? It was me. Deal. Let's go this.
Stay in range.
I'm short. Like, am I a short king? Am I a short king? Am I a short king? Am I a short king?
You
Am I a
are
short king?
a short king.
Thank you.
Damn short king.
Bro, my ADHD.
Nice toes.
Am I short? Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Are we there? I need to pee. I need to pee.
I need to pee. I need to go to the toilet. Are we there yet?
Oh my god.
Oh, I need to go wee. Ah, I forgot to go wee. I went for number 2, but not number 1.
You can't go number 2 without going number 1.
Oh fuck. Woman! I'm closer to the ground.
Oh, women. Women, am I right? She just ran straight for me. That's so cute.
You didn't account for this. Beautiful skills. Mortiful skills. You're a Helldiver guy? Hell yeah. Wait, Nova, you haven't played Helldiver, have you?
No, I own it though.
Yo, we gotta play. Oh! Whoa, man! Please! Oh, we gotta go to the next point. Which is further down. We should do that for one game. Bro, like, that game I'm always lost. It's okay, I got this, don't worry. I got this, guys.
But I can't see what just happened.
Guys, I'm on the point! Oh, wow.
Alright, I'm coming.
A solid metal singer.
Ooh, there's basically a documentary game that has interview section with people from the battle. Oh shit!
Oh, Jesus. Oh god.
See the Ramatra.
Oh, I thought this was you,
You got
Nunu,
this.
but it's another short king.
No, yeah, I'm the red one.
Different short thing.
Okay, none of you guys are Moira, thank God.
Oh, Mataka. Wait, Mataka. What? My god, wait. Matakaki. Did I say that correctly? Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry.
Oh.
But, oh, you want the short hair? Wait.
Okay, we got a full bag.
There we go.
Amazing. You don't know.
Apologies, I didn't see it earlier.
anything.
I was too behind. I'm stuck.
Thank you. Okay.
Where? Oh no, we never. Oh, okay.
I gotta use it more.
It's okay, we just gotta stay. Oh, behind you guys.
Yeah, short king.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, there's also a turret there.
Moira, I'm gonna shit on your face.
Oh man, and not in the lullaby kind of way, huh?
Yeah.
I don't think she knows how to play.
Wait, are you guys? Okay, here you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, let me get rid of this turret. Oh my god, why is... he got hammered. He got fucking hammered. I hammered him. I hammered him.
Hey.
Guys, I killed him with a hammer.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Okay.
Fable's so adorable. Of course, Fable's always adorable. Aw, thank you,
Wait.
kid. Not
Oh,
so kind of
shit.
you.
I'm well in the wrong place. I was like, wait, we got this. No, we don't.
I keep missing that we have to go somewhere else. I'm just chilling
No,
at
it's
the
here.
old point.
He's not coming close.
Oh wait, wrong thing. Wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. God damn it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, there's...
Oh, fuck.
Objective unlocks 10 seconds.
You don't know anything. Wait, do they have the McDonald's skin? Ain't no way.
There's a McDonald's skin.
Yeah. It's the old Florida Mayhem skin. If they do, that means they are an OG. Oh wait, it's not here.
Oh man, I died it.
Don't worry, everything's safe. I'm gonna get it, don't worry. Oh no, never mind, I'm not. My baby! Oh, hi. What the fuck? Come here. You motherfucker! You kill me.
Push them back. I'm overloaded.
Teal bear.
Okay, I think they're gonna get this one.
Boing.
They get this one.
It's next point.
Medal of Honor? Is that a game?
For Honor. Oh, For Honor is cool. Is it For Honor? Oh no, it's not For Honor. Oh,
Honor. Never
Medal
heard
of Honor. Yes, I love that game. I think you're talking about different. I thought you talking about For Honor first, and then. Wow. Oh, you might want to back out.
I was trying. But I was
Oh, I'm
backed
so
against the
dead.
wall and not in the hot way.
Oh, you know what I should have said?
Huh?
Whoopsie daisy, there goes the goo.
There goes the goo.
Oh wait, wait. Oh. Yeah, wait. Can I? Oh, I can't go to a different place. Wait. Where do we? Wait, where do we? Where? Oh, this place.
Thank you for the healing. He did?
Yeah, he did.
He died it.
Yeah, he did. He did. Hey, look where my turret is. Oh wait, again? Oh my god. I didn't know we had to go all the way there.
You're fucking
Oh, you
turret.
don't do it. They got it. Oh. Whoa.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm hammering them. Be gone! Be
Can we
gone!
do it?
Yeah,
Hey,
we did it. We did it.
is an old game series produced by DreamWorks, originally with direction of Steven Spielberg. Oh, I've never heard of that before. I'm uncultured. I'm still sorry.
Great shock. Molten. Yeah, you got in the goop, didn't you? The oopie
Right on
goop.
me. How was I supposed to?
I don't know. What can I say? Run away, run away. All our talk.
Oh,
Vote for a map.
oh
Run
no!
away.
I still have loot boxes to open.
Oh, King's Row. King's Ho. Ha ha ha.
That's me.
Wait, how did he laugh again? But I meant in the Barbie movie.
Also, hi Barracks. Hello. Hi,
Barracks.
He's
Hello.
on YouTube.
Hi.
He's on YouTube. Hi YouTube.
Oh my
it's me too.
goodness.
One day I will stream there too.
Say, well, I don't.
I'm just a lazy person.
Say.
Means I have to make changes to my audio.
Entry.
Listen, Fable, you're on my streams, and those are on YouTube. I think you're fine.
You're right. You know what? I wanna try him actually.
Run away. Ooh, yeah. You're gonna let me.
I mean, if
You're gonna let me. No. I wanna see them abs.
Okay, guy. I
Man,
can't really get him yet because I keep forgetting that he's healer. So whenever I play
Yeah,
healer,
okay.
I just go with Juno.
I will show you abs if you show me abs. Wait, where's
Oh
what?
yeah! Oh yeah! We can rub our
Wait.
abs together.
Yeah, but you don't have any abs.
Oh,
You have
I
to
want
show
the
your abs.
skin. I want the
They're
skin. I
don't
want
have
the
skins in this
skin.
game.
I want the skin. I want the skin.
Move faster. Right.
On the way. Hey.
Oh, hey!
I told you.
Thank
Ooh, wait. Stand. Oh. Do you have the sitting emote?
I have this one.
5,
Nah, I'm sorry.
3,
Hey, Nova, do you wanna?
incoming. Defend objective.
Do you wanna?
Oh, sorry.
Here.
Oh
Whoa,
shit!
thank you.
See how I saved your ass? Oh, nice. Oh,
My
what's up, hands up?
balls are so slow. Oh shit!
Oh no.
Oh shit! Now he's get away! Don't get away from me! Nova, I got you. I got all of you.
Run away! Run away! Oh shit, I didn't mean to get him, but... Oh, Mercy's low. Oh, that was a headshot.
Wait, no, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I'm throwing my balls at you! Stop it!
Not the balls.
Hell yeah, the balls, all of them.
Oh fuck.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh fuck, oh no, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, y'all did. Library cleanses. Let's do that.
We're all dead in a yellow submarine.
He's gonna.
Objective lost.
Wait, if you peek for me, I can hit. Oh, wait. Oh, Anna's going for you. Anna's going for you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Got you.
Oh shit, there's a, oh, I just saw him. There's a Hanzo up there,
Oh, I see.
shooting down at people. Like me.
He's. Oh, wow. That was so clean. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Mr. Clean.
You trying to get an upskirt? Okay, don't tell me I would be the only one because it's not. I'm not gonna be the only one who does that. Oh, I don't think there's any need for this. Oh, hi.
Thank you.
I'm here. I'm
here?
back.
Oh no. Oh, he
God.
died. We gotta go. We got a GTFO. Oh. Just turn around.
Well.
Oh, watch out for the dragoon.
A dragoon these nuts.
You are so dead. I don't think.
I know.
Time for spring. I prefer the payload when it
Only one. Oh! Whoa! Okay. Damn.
What's up?
No, he just knew I was there. The way he shot me was so horrible, disgusting. I'm right on board with you. Yeah. You see? There's people like me. People like me who will be honest with themselves and just do what. Oh, that guy is so far away.
He was so far.
Oh shit.
Oh Jesus.
I pulled these. I'm safe. Oh fuck. He's low.
Oh, I got him.
Okay. I got you, don't worry. I got you.
I got
Thank
you too. We got each other. Oh shit, what is this?
Oh, I
ult
fell
do?
down. You put a big F1. I realized that my brain won't be able to explain it properly.
Okay.
Hold F1 to see.
Okay.
Hi. Wait.
Oh god.
Thing. Hey.
Oh, Cassidy is one.
Well, I'll just do
Yeah, nice. And then that heals us, and that damages enemy.
What enemy can pull you towards them?
Hawk. Oh shit. Oh my god, he did.
Roadhog. I mean, yeah, but I don't think they have a Roadhog on their. No, they don't have a Roadhog on their team. Junker Queen? Do they have a Junker? They also don't have a Junker Queen.
Okay, we can test this. Oh fuck.
Die, Doomfist, die!
Oh wait, I forgot I have an ability thing.
Oh, behind.
I don't know what this does. I. Nya 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 nya. Oh shit! Oh fuck that!
Oh, there's an.
Oh yeah,
God.
you fail. You fell for it.
I
Oh
mean,
shit!
shit,
Nice.
shooting me from above. I didn't fall for anything. I was just standing there. Oh, you know what
Oh,
would be
shit.
really cool right now?
Hog and what would be really cool?
Eating crepes.
Ooh, I love
Devil
grapes.
trigger.
Ugh. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Stop it! Stop it, Ron! Level saw. Wait, what the fuck?
He won this sniping game.
Oh, he did. Yeah, Anto's got good aim.
I hate people with good aim in this game.
Don't get it. Don't get caught. Oh no, you definitely caught.
Oh god, aw, stop it! Get away from me, Doomfist, you fucking bitch!
No! Wow! I saved this! I saved him! Did you see that fucking ball? Wait, where the heck fuck is Bob?
I
Oh my god.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, bro, that was so fucking cool. If only I just.
God.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna die.
No, I got you.
Thank you. Trigger. Ba, 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 ba. Hey, thanks.
Stop it, Doomfist. This Doomfist keeps teasing me. He wants to kill me. But then he just backs off at the last second as if he's gonna say, yeah, I chose to let you live. I could wipe you out anytime I want to.
Oh. Okay, I got rid of the cleanse for him. Oh, he's on top there. Oh no, he's not. Ah! I fell off.
Someone behind us? Okay.
I should be very quiet.
Oh.
Oh no.
No. I think this is GG's.
I made it! I'm there! I made it!
Oh
I made
my
it!
god.
I died.
That was a good attempt.
That was fun. Damn.
Play of the game.
This freaking guy.
Let's go though. This guy though.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Nice, that's awesome.
Okay, open next loot box. How
Oh,
many
yes.
do I have left?
Oh, on the shoulder. Next.
We need a Reaper.
Oh.
Polaroid picture.
Hey, Psycho.
What do you guys
Yeah.
want to do?
I don't care.
Ini mini. Mini mo.
Ilios.
Ilios?
I
Should I be that person? I guess I am that person. Would be funny if it happened again though. Samoa.
You always
Drink
redeem
wing.
hydrate as drinking coffee.
Welcome.
You're
to
always drinking coffee.
True.
Prepare for battle.
Who the fuck is
Yes.
Hazard? Hazard! Who the fuck is Hazard?
Hazard is he goes woof woof. Yeah, he goes woof woof. He's Scottish.
He's Scottish? Well, then I might have to try him out.
Who don't want? Should I try him again? It's kind of fun though.
You know what they say?
Wait, maybe I should read this.
You know what? I think I'll try him.
I can't even see it. I can't even read anymore. Decrease damage and happiness and
Or
decrease power exposure. Oh, why would you want that then?
play him in game, Belf. I'm just playing him in game. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck was that?
That was
I
me.
can do that? Wait. I can punch people if I click this. Wait.
Yeah, melee.
No!
Wait, nah, you did not.
She
You did not.
The thing I did.
No, what I mean is like I didn't know I could do that with like the side button of my mouse.
Yeah.
I didn't know I can do that. Oh wait, I'm tank. That's Chloe. Don't worry guys, I'll protect you.
Oh shit.
Or something, I think. I might. Alright, I don't know what that. Oh god. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, why did I do that?
Oh,
I didn't
you're
do
okay,
that.
you're
I
okay,
didn't-
you're okay, you're okay, you're okay.
Destroying my shit. This person right there. Freaking Sombra.
What is it? Just fire hole. Oh, okay.
Wow, my body flew.
He's not my type, guys.
Yeah, I don't know how to play him as well.
No, he wasn't playing. I wasn't talking about playing him. I was talking about he's not being. He's not my type.
He ain't working.
His chat is already like, oh, they want to.
One day we will have plushies, Barracks. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I even have a design sketched out for one.
I can't wait to be a. Wait, is there a Solace plushie? Asking for a friend.
There is.
100%.
There is also of the little crow, like Mephisto.
Yeah, so
instructors.
Yeah.
I have.
Mephisto. You have Mephisto?
I have
Actually, no,
Raphael's little ducky.
Oh.
Finally, I killed someone.
Okay. That you want to get away from.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know how to play this guy.
There's a Sombra behind.
He's tiny. Oh shit, it's high noon. Sorry, I was distracted. I was like, yeah, it's high. Oh no.
It's
Moira,
noon.
do you guys see the stats for Moira? They're like only DPS.
Yeah.
Wow.
Battle Moira.
I'm sorry, no,
Let
but
me
your
go back to
island
Orisa.
placement is really bad. Kittens, that hurts my feelings.
Oh man.
At least give me
He's
advice.
learning.
If you're
he's
going
learning,
to tell me that
guys.
I'm bad at something, give me advice on how to fix it. Don't just tell me I'm bad at it.
Yeah, it's not nice,
Give
guys.
constructive criticism.
No, it's not constructive criticism. If they're just
No,
it's
I'm
only
saying
my
they
pilot
should.
placement.
No, I said they should give constructive criticism.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll have to meet you outside.
Oh, she's gonna pull your hair.
Responsibility if you are close enough to me.
Lampy, I'm not into women. I have never been attracted to a woman in my life.
3, 2, 1.
You've never attacked a woman in your life?
I have never been attracted to a woman.
Oh. Okay. I thought you were talking about something else.
Don't do that. Well, I swear to God, I'm going to mute my own chat. I'm gonna.
Oh my god.
Frick!
She's trying her best and she's learning.
You know, beastie.
Oh my God, the fucking Sombra, dude.
Yeah, she's doing somber stuff.
See, I would argue that my pylons are fine. It's just we have a diving Sombra who's being fucking annoying.
Kill her now.
I can't.
He did.
Funny perk.
Wait, who's here?
The Sombra. Yeah.
Have you tried though? I don't have to try it to
Oh,
know
she-
that I'm
she
not
doesn't have
attracted to
anything.
women. I've kissed a woman once, and that was my old best friend when she asked me if she could kiss me.
Wow.
And that was just like a small little, and I didn't feel anything.
Wow. Crazy. Okay, Sombra's here. I'm sorry!
Get out of your little neck, you fucking bitch. You scoundrel!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Go to ball, come to ball. Ow, shit, I'm gonna die.
You died?
I died. I already died.
No, I already told
I
you.
died
you
as you were saying
died.
that.
Position is insurmountable.
Nerf this.
I hate that old.
Guys, girls just want Silas.
Yeah,
Okay.
Silas is great. Raphael is my bae, but like I love all of them. Like first is Raphael, and on second place it's Silas and Caleb. I can't really pick. I like them for different reasons. But Silas's voice is the best out of them all. I'm sorry. It's just, I mean.
Oh wait, where'd they go?
Nice. Oh.
Because the reason she's not your best friend anymore? No, the reason she's not my best friend anymore is because she has emotionally scarred me a lot.
Oh,
I'm not getting into that.
Oh man. Oh shit. Oh gosh. She's fucking charged.
She broke your heart? It didn't break my heart. I was never into her. All women after one back. I'm not attracted to women, guys.
He's not, guys. I can tell you.
I can guarantee you that I'm 100%
We've tried
straight.
to riz her too many times, chat, and they've all failed. She's definitely not into ladies.
Yeah. If I'm not into these two, then I'm sorry. I would truly make out with you guys.
Aww.
Oh man. My phone is no longer funny. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You guys didn't know. Don't worry. It's nothing I'm gonna get into because I just want to bring out the mood. But yeah, no, she that has nothing to do with her no longer being my best friend or friend in general. Oh, don't worry. It's like 10 years ago. It's time. It's high
Guys, I'm a battle Moira. I'm sorry. Should have been doing my work, but I'm not doing work.
Oh, Demi, thank you for the hydrate. I'll get a little sip in a moment.
Wait,
Demetrius.
Demi is here?
Demi's here.
It's high noon.
It's high noon. I can just imagine you saying that in your fucking southern accent.
He does. He said it so many times. Wait, he did.
Raphael
Wait, did he
is
do
a
it
ninja
today?
turtle, but we're talking about Love and Deep Space Barracks.
Funnily enough, Raphael from the Ninja Turtles is also the one that I had a crush on.
Hello. Hello.
I just gave Destiny a shout out. I just had to click out of the game. Oh my god, I'm not that fast at typing.
I can't protect you.
Mommy Moira.
I got Dira.
Yes. Hey, you wanna look at this?
What is it? Because these
You
cues
like
got
it?
my heartburn.
I like this.
You like it? It's Lily.
Yes.
She's Lily.
I'm here just ask me to do it.
I'm sorry, Trev. I'm not used to there being a mod in chat.
See, it is exactly why I said Melting is always reliable and a great
Remember
mod.
signs.
Wow.
LOL
I can't believe that.
and Fable and Nova.
I didn't
I'm sorry, I'm not
You're a
used
great
to it.
mod too. You do. I don't know what's up. What's wrong with you?
Just me think. Just me think.
Lampy, you're next.
Hey. Hey, oh, what?
Killed someone.
I
committed murder.
Oh, yeah. Murder.
I committed murder.
And I'll do it. I'll fucking do it again. Wait, Demi, can you do that? Yuck. I'll fucking do it again.
We're next, yeah. You're my. I have my eye on you. I'm gonna let that stand there and let you think about it. Yes, I can. I knew it. You can do so many voices.
Hi, Reaper. Oh.
You stand Demi in this house.
What the fuck? What was that? That guy fell on my crosshair. Ah! Again! What the fuck, bro?
This person's almost dead. Come on.
Oh. Reaper.
Reaper? Reaper!
If you... Okay, you deserved it. You deserved it either.
What, me?
No. doesn't have an ult.
It's a
Oh
little
my
bit
god.
harsh, you know what I mean?
Oh my
No, it's-
god. Not you, not you, not you, not you, but you should come to me. Okay, well, she did, but... Hell yeah.
Here, she dead.
Oh, fucking... Oh my god.
I got everything got me. Oh,
We got a party going.
party.
Party, there's cats.
I love Reaper. His Valentine's Day skin is just like.
Oh, yeah, I love that one.
I had that. I wish I had that.
Beautiful. I got it from
Like
I
such
got
an
it
evil.
from loot box.
Oh my goodness. Maybe I can get it too.
Yeah, you can. Oh, so that's. Oh my god, they're in my head. They're in my head. They're in my. Oh my god, guys.
Holy old holy.
When you least expect it.
Oh man. Who the fuck is this? Nadarok. Thanks, man. Holy shit, my brain is so
Nadarok.
cooked.
Hi, Nadarok.
Nadarok knows about me and Silence. He knows, he understands.
He gets it.
Yeah. He gets me in it, bro. Oh man.
Oh, I see. I can put those on walls.
Any healers here? Oh, thank you, thank you.
Bothersome.
You hear me?
Okay, I'm not old. I might just.
They feel funny. They feel funny. Oh.
Oh, the fucking Mercy. She's flying in front of
Yeah.
my nose like
Okay.
a fucking mosquito and I can't
We're gonna
get
have
her.
to fight. We're gonna have to fight this.
I need to get his pocket Mercy.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. I'll go for the Muchi.
Oh, and
Wait,
he's
Messi.
also almost dead. Oh.
Okay.
Mercy. Dead?
Oh fuck.
Oh, someone's jumping around. What if I got myself ice cream for breakfast?
Wait, what?
I was like, what if I get myself ice cream for breakfast?
Yes. He's gonna. No.
And he's not.
He's not gonna do it.
He's not gonna hold
Not
ever
gonna
again.
do it.
Marisha, I can't move it anymore. Marisha.
Ezra Scarlet from Fairy Tail. That is valid. Oh, valid. You should get
Oh my
this
god.
ult.
I got endorsement.
Like, enjoyed me too. Oh my god. Can't believe it.
Oh my goodness.
Did you just get another one? Kinetic Grasp. Hey, look what it is!
Thank you so much for this sub, and I appreciate it.
Did you know it is tier 3 too?
Oh my
Yeah, and you just subbed in it. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 30 months is so long.
Hey, you wanna see my pizza from my olden days?
Your pizza?
Pizza!
I want a pizza.
Pizza, 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 pizza. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Pizza, pizza,
Pizza, pizza, pizza.
Hey, do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like my pizza? I put in the girls.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
wait.
you did? Let me look.
Yeah, I
Let me just
did.
open one more.
I
Little
did.
box
Oh
here.
my, what? Did you make that?
I made it really small. When I
That looks
couldn't
like
reach.
something I would have made. I definitely would have made something that looked like that, Nidu.
Yeah.
What the
Wait, let me show it to you.
That's not a pizza.
What?
That's a
you-
tar pit.
I can explain.
Oh wait, why did I do that? No, why did I do that? Why did I do? Okay, wait, there we go.
It's beautiful. Small as in 3
Oh,
to 4
fuck.
years ago.
I can't believe
Exactly.
you've done this.
Also,
It wasn't actually that bad.
I want a slice of pizza. You guys are making me crave pizza.
I ate it like a cookie. I call it cookie pizza.
Traveling to New Queens.
Raper. Wait, what? Where's my skin? Where's my... How dare you, Cupid? Where's the other Cupid skin that I have? What's it called? Bow bow, bow bow.
Don't forget.
Mine.
I already hydrated for Demi. You don't want to make him cry. I already hydrated.
Guys, do you want to see it? Do you want to see a
Hey.
skin that I used to play
It's
with?
my pizza.
Oh my god!
Sorry.
Did someone say
My pizza's
pizza?
here.
Did no leave it underneath
Why
the
are you
game?
sniffling? I hydrated. Demi, I hydrated. Okay, Lampy, do you want me
Demi-
to?
Nothing gained.
Demi just wants to waterboard you.
Oh my
Oh man,
god.
can't believe it. Lampy, do you want me to hydrate with alcohol or with 1 bucket
Oh, no,
to water?
Nova, look at this.
Sorry.
5,
What?
4,
Look at this.
3, 2, 1.
Aww. Oh, it's the kitty mo.
Yeah. Everyone gotta hydrate. I don't want to piss myself.
Did you hydrate? Wait, oh, you wanted me to hydrate? Oh. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
Angie, those are technicalities.
Oh,
Okay, I hydrated for Demi.
I think they're trying to get me drunk. With they, I mean Lampy.
Oh shit, I didn't
I missed every single shot on it. Wow. Wait.
I should have.
I thought that they were behind.
Ever, what up?
Oh, you're right, they do.
Woman, stop it! Women.
Some are scary.
Okay. Oh, nice.
I'm escorting the robot.
Meow meow meow. Can I go out the window? I can.
Hey.
I feel.
Oh.
I do the thing that I'm supposed to.
Oh,
do.
nice. I have friends. Okay. Mine have friends.
my gosh.
Guys, I know exactly where she's going.
Oh shit. Oh no, he wants me. He wants me. He wants me. He wants me.
Wait, she's not going this way? Hi. Bye. I was an accident. I'm actually playing like,
like
dog
me.
shit. Wait, no!
Oh shit. There's
I
one.
love you.
I could copy dehydrates you. Yeah, I know. I drank water for Demi, but I'm just
You're handsome.
drinking coffee outside of the hydrator game.
Because it's Nova. Of course she is. Nova loves her coffee, and we love her for it.
Yeah.
Mine
Oh my
have
gosh, thank you
friends.
so much for the resub! I really appreciate it! Thank you so much! Aww!
Angie double
Tier
here.
3. I don't understand how you can be so nice at the
Aw.
tier 3!
Nah.
I don't even have that many cool perks!
Have friends.
You are the cool perk.
Papa.
Fucking goober.
I'm not I mean, I am a goober, but I just...
Oh, fucking you.
Where is
Oh.
that? Over there.
Oh, Jesus.
shit,
Oh god.
You wanna hide because they're ulting.
Oh no. Oh shit. Oh, this is an awkward situation.
Whoa.
Tell her.
Witness the flame of my
Quit stealing angry stuff. What? What do I do?
Yo, I'm gonna die to Kiriko. She fucking he's stupid.
What's high members only?
We just need to put it a little. We did it!
Oh yay!
We did it! We did it!
We've done it.
We did it! Oh my god, that is so bad.
You got MVP.
I
Look
did.
at you. Oh
This
my
is the
God.
skin I used to use for like to annoy my
Oh my
friends.
goodness.
He gave me a little kissy there.
When they
Yeah. Ooh,
You
Oh,
want me
he
to-
doesn't know me.
You are the cool person. All right.
Yeah, what the fuck was that? You don't like it? You don't like it? Oh, you just don't like me? That is Adventure Time, by the way. I'm referencing if anyone knows. The little kissy, yeah, it's for
it's-
Valentine.
We deserve a little kissy.
Oh, poor good. Yes.
All right,
I'm doing
Lampy.
Gamba.
You gambling?
I'm doing the loot boxes.
Oh, me too. The alternative is the original, and so is mathematical rhombus. Oh, it's the Why did you eat my fries? They were mine. Yes, you ate my fries. Yeah, you ate them.
Oh, I love fries
There
right
were
now.
tears there. Oh wait, it's about Daddy. Daddy, why did you eat my fries? There you go. Forgot the most important part. Ooh, Conjurer. I thought I had the skin. Babylon. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know why. Oh, hell yeah.
Let me look at the shop. Oh, there we got Magniples. Always a fan of those.
Oh, I got a
Ooh.
legendary.
Keep Vivi. Quick, can't let it. Oh, his hair's so jiggly. Just like my balls.
I do
Yeah,
love your
why
balls.
did you-
Antlers!
Why did you eat my friend?
Ooh, this one's cool. Sometimes you know, who's Tiny Tina?
Oh, wait. that
Tiny
looks really
Tina.
cool.
Oh, Haruko-chan.
Super cool.
Alright, thank you
I
so
already
much
have
for
him
the follow. I
shirtless.
appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're gonna like it here.
Don't underestimate the youth.
Wah! Hi, Time's here from Borderlands.
Oh, I've
Wait, did
never
I get a
played that.
legendary, guys? I was opening loot boxes and I thought I saw yellow, but we switched this.
Did you get something good?
Pointino.
I got a
Pointino.
legendary from one of my normal loot boxes that looks
Whoa.
cool.
Ooh.
Everyone
And then-
picked. Okay, don't worry, I'll do it.
Oh, I know which one you picked, you know.
Wait, how did somebody? Did you change?
No.
Okay, somebody did.
What is that directed at, Gojira? What? You've never played? I've never played Borderlands. No, I don't even know what it's about.
Wait, you haven't?
I played
I
Borderlands.
haven't. No.
I haven't finished it.
There's a lot of popular games that I haven't played.
What of my 10,000? Which of my 10,000 skins am I gonna pick today? Which one am I feeling?
Oh dear, I'm sorry. I
Go
don't know
with
what
this
kind of game is it.
It's Pew Pew Gun.
It's
But
Pew
like,
Gun.
it has story.
So is it like
my own
Fallout or something?
Kinda.
What experience do you possibly
Oh my god,
need
maybe
to
we
be
should do a
finished?
multiplayer.
Last week,
Does
my
it have
friends and I
multiplayer?
sailed Hashimoto
Yeah.
party boat.
Well, in that case, totally do
that.
Borderlands 2 is perfect. Do you have to play the first one before I play the second one?
Nova.
Yeah.
Nova.
What?
Look who it is. It's Nova.
3, 2,
We're cuddling Nova.
Aww.
You're super. I do like loot.
Our work
It's a looter shooter. You could play the old story. Yes, I like it. Look at that. I have a widow. Oh, haha, they don't have a widow anymore. There's that. Oh. Guys, watch this. Oh no, never mind.
Oh, Jade.
Oh, never mind. You can watch that. There's something up there.
Hey, we got him. Nice work, team. Haha.
Hey there.
Is it the third definition of blunt bombshell? Oh, I see.
But all up here. And they haven't seen me. You're fine.
Well, you guys have seen me. I'm definitely not blonde.
No, but I love your hair.
Thank you. No, stop it. No. Stop reviewing this shit.
Wah. Hey, you know what? Let's go. Let's go kill them all.
Okay, that was funny though. Oh man. I keep shooting you, Nino, because I think you're an enemy.
I know, Red. I know it. Oh, it's changing.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Oh fuck! Okay, they have a far now, so. Oh, she's one. Oh, I got him.
He's dead.
Yeah. I missed my shot on it. Live!
I just wanted to hang out.
Live! Live!
Alright, I have my
I
ult.
actually don't want to fight a Junker Queen.
Let me balance you out.
They're gonna touch point. They're gonna touch point.
Stop touching. Oh, look, it's Demi's song.
Oh yes. Demi has new songs. New song. Oh, damn. Fable.
Yeah, I did good.
Damn, that was nasty. And I liked it.
Listen to Fable sing all night long. Aw, thank you, but I don't sing.
You
I
know,
don't sing in front
singer.
of people.
Well, by the way, look how Baptiste's stealing.
You're doing so good.
They want to touch tips, well, they're gonna pay for that. Guys!
This is
Guys!
stupid.
Guys! I love you too.
Life
I
is
love
too
you
short.
too.
You're the
Never
best
try
friends of
and
my
kiss at least
head.
once.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Look at this. You like it?
Something.
You like my spin?
Ooh,
And
it's
that's
pretty.
Look at my spin.
Aww.
very pretty.
Yeah.
Very pretty Kiriko skin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, would you summon that clip other than the Toad one? That is so funny.
Again, phenomenon.
Your fucking commentary to that killed me, Demi, when you played.
Control. Phenomenon.
What the fuck? They walled me off. Fucking bitch.
Girl!
I know.
Girl!
I know!
Girl!
Shut up! I never claimed I was good at her. At
No. I was not even I wasn't saying girl to you. I was saying far other But I continued because you reacted. Give me this entertainment, huh? What is this?
Come on, die. Die. Die.
Oh, you can do it!
Everyone dead. Oh wait, not everyone. Now everyone dead.
Phenomenon.
Yeah, I like
It
that
played
song.
the piss clip on Ninu's stream.
Hi, Cookie. How's it
Wait,
going?
wait,
We
hold
are
up. Was
winning,
that you
actually.
wee-weeing? Did I miss out? Oh.
Get someone-
Can we get that clip again, please? And DM it to me, send it to me. I'ma be busy. Oh no! Oh yeah. Oh god. Okay, hey.
Yeah, you guys still here with me, yes, right?
No, you're dead.
Oh, I thought you guys were here with me.
Hi. No, me, no, no. She's gonna ult. She's gonna ult. Let it out! Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have done that. Yo, what the fuck? What do you mean? Sharing is caring. Yeah, phenomenon. Hey, yesterday. How? How? From yesterday. Okay, I'm gonna open it. There's a Sombra? Oh, we have a Sombra. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay. Well, she's dead.
Your Sigma is almost dead. Oh, there we go.
My balls got tickled.
Wait. Oh, John. Oh, I thought the guy was called JonTron. I was like, what?
JonTron, is it?
You're cute twink. Don't call Debbie a twink. Why do people call my friends twinks all the time?
Are you a twink?
What the fuck you want from me? Okay, but everyone calls all my friends twinks all the time. Same with Isaka.
Oh man, the fire is so low. Oh,
Demi's actually a
nice.
big,
What the hell?
muscular bodybuilder, guys. You just don't know it. You just don't know it.
Oh my god. I could not blink. I guess you really like twinks, Lady Fable. Oh yeah.
I'm a straight one that wants to get what? What? Twink is a mindset.
I do go to the gym. Oh.
Just look.
Oh no.
I see it. Well,
Your dreams. Your dreams are gone.
You go to the gym, and I'm proud of you for it. You're doing so well, Demi.
Oh, I'm gonna have to touch, aren't I?
I'm coming with you.
God, I fucking missed every single shot on her.
Okay, I have my.
Women! Women!
Okay, we got him.
Women!
Oh, we cleaned up good.
Women! Where are the women? Where are the women? Where are they?
Women better go hide.
Bye-bye.
Do you think you were safe up there?
Oh fuck! Babe, I'm trying! I'm trying to keep you alive.
Thank you for keeping me alive.
Yeah, got him good. Got him good.
Oh, somebody else?
Yeah, Farah. It's free.
Oh, they're dead.
Yes.
They tried. They sure did.
I did it.
But they're no match for us.
No, we're the better team.
Funky Town. Won't you take me to Funky Town?
Life too short. Wait, is this the wee wee?
Life is too short
Oh.
to not try piss at least once.
Oh. I thought I was gonna hear him piss. Wait, is he drinking his own piss? Demi?
Demi, what are you doing on your streams? What happened since the last time I was able to stop by?
I'ma go wee and try it out now. Oh boy.
Demi. Listen, you don't have to do this. There's a different way.
Wait, that's adorable.
No loot box to open. Alright, Lampy, what do you want? What do you want? Tell me. Oh my god, stop redeeming hydrate! 2 and 2? Oh my god. Okay, I might have to get myself new water. How much do I have left?
Guess who's back?
Uh,
I love everything about you.
I love everything about you.
Awake. Every hit. How was it, Ninu? I took a straw, but I forgot the cup.
I'm intriguing.
Miss you,
If I
yeah.
just put these two in here, I'm just putting these two in my water and then I'm drinking it like that.
Think about
We interrupt our
Combine.
program to bring you this important message.
I love you.
I love you. Now back to
I
our show.
forgot. You know about
Good
you.
night, Barracks, by the way.
Why? Oh, good night, Barracks. Goodbye, YouTube. I mean, good night, YouTube. Everything.
Can you guys hear that if I fill this up?
No.
I don't hear anything. Are you peeing?
Okay. Maybe.
I stop to think about. Oh, I frog skill. Only run finished. You ran.
You ran. I ran. What flavors did you have this time? Blueberry and passion fruit yuzu. The thing is, last time I drank these, I was so fucking wasted that I spent the whole next day still throwing up on myself. It was awful.
Oh my god. Did you go the other way because you knew I was gonna do that?
I gotta be completely honest with you, Nino. I have no clue what you just did.
Oh, okay. I was gonna block the way.
Oh, I see. We're gonna.
About you. Why do I
I like your skin. It's so
love
cute.
you? You like it? It's, I got a frog on my gun.
It's adorable.
Ribbit.
Swandy.
Eh.
Ribbit.
Do you guys want to hear my cat?
Yes.
That's
That's not a cat! That's not a cat! I love that video.
I love it.
That's so good.
Okay.
Oh, already this way. Come on, Reaper. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh.
Are you dead?
I died.
Okay.
There's a weird cat outside. Yo, Mom!
I don't know if this helps at all.
Outside.
It doesn't. It doesn't help.
Every night in my dreams, I see you. I feel
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Here, I'm coming.
I regret nothing.
Oh my god! No, you do regret doing that.
Kill all of them. I love how they always
Wait, how-
roll when they get hit.
Oh my god, I hate. No, no, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, well, I gotta. Okay, remind me to do it after this round, okay? Cause I ain't gonna forget. I mean, I'm gonna forget. You ain't gonna forget. I was going blizzard. It's a snow ice cream. What's the cooldown? Oh. That's cool.
Oh shit.
It's according to my weather reading. Oh wait, you guys are dead. No one will forget Bean, alright? You sure about that? You sure about that, sir? No, exactly.
We have to try
I guess. Oh wait, hold up. I think it might be on this side.
Your team has lost the lead.
I can't see it.
Oh shit.
Enemy forward spawn room activated.
Yo, he's gonna be careful, lady.
I thought he already went off.
Oh, shiver me timbers. What? How the fuck did that hit me? Bro, why? Oh shit! Oh, Cassidy did the it's high noon. High noon. High noon. Okay. Hey, he's gonna bust the cap off your ass.
I got him.
Oh my god.
Oh jeez. Oh my god, who the fuck did that jump scare? Oh my Jesus. Oh. Ah. Wait, I can't even look. I'm too locked in.
Where is this? Where's...
How could you?
Oh my god. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Barrels are smoking. Bad guys. Heads up.
Let's do this, Snowball. We have to take back the robots.
Now. It was Ninu. What did I do? Oh, okay. Oh, fuck! Shit! Oh my god. I don't want to be here, man. What did I even pick? Hold up. What did I pick?
Tez, it was not Ninu.
It was not me, it was Tesna. He's gonna... Whoa. She got some nasty headshots. I think I am gonna change. Guys, I'm gonna snipe them. You watch this. Watch how skillful this is gonna be. Oh, I failed. Yeesh. Oh, we're gonna have to touch point. You've got this! Okay, somebody's right behind, but... Where the fuck is he? Shot him in the head. Any second now. Okay, look, I did shoot people in the head, but they just didn't die. It wasn't charged. Look, it says 75% crit hit accuracy. So skillful. Oh my god. I'm gonna rub your grave when you die.
Oh damn.
Pee on it. This what they get. You asked for it.
I got loot boxes again.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Wait,
Loot box.
Oh my god, I got a golden skin thingy but it's for Bastion. I don't play him.
Oh, maybe it's time.
Wait, can you pause the queue so I can pee?
Yes.
Yay! Thank you. I'm sorry. I know I just peed, but whatever.
Oh, I like this song.
I drank a lot. They keep making me drink and hydrate.
Well done, Chad.
Imagine that. Ooh.
Noi. Oh shit! Wait, I forgot. Oh, why? I didn't have to remind them. They forgot about it.
Tesla, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Deloitte.
30
Oh,
months. It's
it's
over
49.
2 years, I think.
Yeah.
It's like two,
D12.
2.5, right? Oh my god, thank you so much, Tesla. I really, really do appreciate it. Yeah, I did the math correctly. Hey.
2.5?
I did good for once.
Is that like 69 months?
Yeah, I think so.
Hell yeah.
Oh, wait,
Tesla, roll a D12.
I got a lifeguard McCree skin.
And 11 is a double and 12 is nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Only
That's what I'm talking
tonight. Fall in love with you. Tesla, if you don't roll, it's not happening. It's not happening. I don't want to do this. Like, maybe he's being kind.
Oh, there's...
Roll. Yeah, roll. A
who is it,
D12.
Lampy?
Exclamation
You
mark,
can-
roll D12.
You can DM me unless you've already done that.
Wait, what? Ninu explode head. You rolled a 2, which is a pomegranate or old bandage. I don't like either of them. I mean, pomegranate is okay, I think. Wait a minute. What color? What color? What color is that? I think it's color pants? Perhaps?
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah. And the light. Oh, wait.
I just poured some stuff in here. You know what? While Nova is peeing,
Oh,
I'm just quickly
Tesla,
also
did you
gonna
wanna-
get some more water.
Ooh, the night.
I'm back in a moment.
Hey. Guys, what if I eat this and it's disgusting? 5? I put it away. I put it away. Do you want me to change it? Okay. Oh my. It's changing. Oh, is buttered popcorn or a rotten egg? Never mind, I'm not gonna change that. Fuck that. Alright. I'll have this one. Surely it's not gonna be that bad. Wait. I can't bite into it.
I'm back.
Guys, it might actually be rock hard.
Wait, you're rock hard? Wait, what? What did I miss? What did Chet do to you?
Silas.
Oh,
No,
Silas.
I'm trying to bite into this. Wait, I literally can't. Wait, is this a marble?
What are you trying to?
What? I'm trying to eat the bean boozle, but it's hard.
No.
It's not breaking. There's no way. Guys, there's literally teeth marks in this, but I can't. What? What the fuck? What do I
Thank
do?
you, Lampy, I appreciate it. And thank you for the bits, I appreciate that a lot. You guys are so kind to me.
Don't break teeth, Ninu.
Eat marbles.
I like eating marbles. I like eating batteries.
Marble rivals?
Marble. Drink water, Nova. Sorry, Ninu. I was jamming to Linkin Park. What happened? The bean is too hard. Maybe I could try a different one. And then if that's too hard, then I will just have to buy a new one. But guys, I never finish these. And you know why I don't finish them. Alright, let me try it again.
You know what? I think I'm gonna start designing a 3.0. Like seriously.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it like it's also gonna take a while until it's done, but like I'm gonna start designing. I'm not gonna change it just yet, but I think I'm gonna start designing.
It's very exciting.
It is. On all your free time, Fable. Is that sarcasm?
I think it is.
I can't tell anymore. I almost walked into my door earlier.
Oh?
Yeah, because it was dark and I didn't know that my room was already there. I'm not drunk though.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. That was disgusting. I was thinking it's gonna be hard, so I bit into it. And oh god, bandages.
Commissions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I'm working like on stuff between commissions too. Because if I just do commissions every time I draw, I will go crazy. But yeah, my commissions have priority. Don't worry.
Are you guys ready for Q?
I'm ready.
Before I regret. Before I regret. Before I regret.
Regret?
Yes. Gosh, that was disgusting. Oh, Fable. You got pink. The things I do. It sounds like you regret that being. I fucking do. I do. I do. I do. I'm just trying to not think of it.
I would make you guys plushies, but I don't. I would probably have to figure out how I would do that. I mean, PO box, yeah, but like I would have to put my name on it and stuff. So I probably have to like do a business thingy, and then I have to figure out how to do that. And I'm not sure if you guys even really mind.
Well, I could tell you how to do it in America. I don't know how to do it in Europe.
I mean, maybe it's similar at least.
Oh my god, my insides.
What's wrong with your insides?
The bandage.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't nice.
I want snacks. Fable wants snacks. We don't have snacks. None.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
What a cruel world we live in.
Oh man.
Unless you're gonna be super sore later, then you gotta relax your little legsies, your little steppies. Oh, I remember when I did a leg workout at home, and when I tried to get up, I literally fell to the ground. I could not move my legs. I had to drag myself to my bed and like drag myself up because I could not use them.
I know.
Like I had no feelings in them. It was so scary.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, bless you.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Fable snacks. It's 1 AM. I can't get snacks anywhere, frankly. That means you're doing it wrong? I mean, yeah, but I have no one to tell me what I do wrong or not, you know? And I don't go to... that's why also part of why I don't go to the gym, because I'm scared it's happening there, and I'm just laying there and I need to ask strangers for help, but I don't want to ask strangers for help. I don't want to talk to strangers, and I don't want anyone looking at me.
Los muertos. Muertos están.
Fable is an overthinker. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess in this case it's not really overthinking because it's already happened.
Lady watches over you.
Help dear down. Where's my water that I just got myself? Did I lose it already? Oh, here it is. Well, now listen to this.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
Oi, oi, oi.
Carbonation.
Oh no. Is it oiter?
It's oiter, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh my god.
Do you want to be my samurai?
Somebody fetch me.
Black and blue, like the colors in the sky. Oh man.
I'm hydrated, by the way. Just to find my samurai.
It's a Bob.
To Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I don't like the Kiriko. Oh, I like this. Holy shit! It's purple? Wait, you guys are blue. I've got purple. Oh, is it based on level 41? Of course.
I'll find
Oh,
my
that's
own
what it
path.
is? I was
Yeah.
wondering because I wanted the purple.
You gotta. You need hours.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna play with that.
Hours.
Yeah. Hey, you can hear me beatboxing.
So, don't take it personally when I get the most kills.
Can you slap me with that?
I'm an easy.
Slap your ass with it.
Come here.
5,
Are you doing it?
3,
She doing it?
round.
It's not quite connecting, but the
Oh.
thought is there.
It's time to
Mhm.
spin my web.
Butterfly. Is that a widow? Oh no.
Oh, that was
Bye.
quick.
Yeah. Oh,
Sit down, please.
yoinky. Ay, ay, ay. He's a samurai. Oh, fuck it out. That little
happened,
boop.
you know?
He booped me. Ay, ay, ay. I will fly.
I don't give up that easily.
Yeah, things
Liv.
often get stuck in Nina's head. Well, that's why we love her. Also,
Well, this one was the. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean. What's the current song stuck in my head? Oh, sorry.
Games with light.
Thank you. Oh shit. He's out of place. Oh, he dead though.
yeah, he did.
Oh shit. There's somebody's in there. I'm gonna have to touch this. Where's? Oh, right there. Oh, I fell down.
It's okay, you can come back up.
He's gonna ult, I think.
I didn't want to do that. Fuck, I misclicked.
Oh, he's slow, he's slow.
God.
I don't know which one I took. Is it? It's high noon. Watch out for the high noon. Don't peek, don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. I knew where that ult was.
Like a gentle rain. Get in there, Bob.
Oh, nice. Oh my god, he cancelled it.
Alright. I'm trying to keep you guys alive. Oh wait, there's
Oh,
almost
do you have the ult?
God.
Oh no.
No. Fail calling me over at Nina or kittens. Yeah, those are my little kittens right there.
Hell yeah.
Got one in each arm, you know how it'd be. I'm just a player. A player with no game. True.
Oh, holy shit, I actually got hit. Whoa. You dead.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Thank you so much for the lurk, yo guys.
And now I have my ult.
Oh shit. They're coming.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh my. I was. This is
Oh my god.
behind.
78 feet in a dream! 78 feet in a dream! Oh fuck. No, 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 no.
He's so low, he's so low, he's so low. Ah!
Ah! I panicked. I panic. I panic.
Oh, I see people getting shot right in front of me.
That was interesting.
Oh shit.
Oh, oh, we're gonna have to touch it. I'm gonna try and touch it.
Same.
I touched. Can we have a? Against a junk. No, I don't think that's this wise. I don't think it's wise.
0-1.
Never mind, I forgot about junk. Okay.
They discontinued my favorite moisturizer.
My junk.
Thank you,
My
Lampy. Thank you
junk
so
in
much
my
for the cheer. I
trunk.
really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I love your bits, Lampy.
What?
Oh,
At least use
yeah.
sunscreen.
Me too. I love everyone's
I really
bits
appreciate it.
and bobs.
Right. Bits and bobs.
Bits and bobs.
I'm here.
I really appreciate it.
Do 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 do.
Oh, you're so kind.
Oh gosh.
I'm keeping you alive. I'm
Thank
doing
you.
it.
The objective is now.
Oh wait, where the is he up here?
Please
Wait, is
leave
my
me
head?
alone.
Do I have my headset wrong?
No.
Number, taking the objective.
Am I actually?
You silly goober, you.
Under my protection.
He's low. He's low. He's low. We got him. Ba ba da ba da da. Where the hell is he, guys?
I see Junkrat over here.
Oh. Oh my god.
Let the kitsune guide you. I feel all warm inside.
Oh, whoa.
My gift to you.
Oh no.
I didn't realize how fast I can
Wait,
reload.
junk behind.
Did you say Jeff behind?
No, I said junk.
Oh, Junk.
Junkrat.
Oh fuck! Wow. I just walked into that, didn't I?
Imagine walking into the. Oh, I got an ambush.
Let's go.
Okay, how German has like 20 different ways of saying the. Yeah, German is stupid language to learn.
Wait, don't go
I
in
mean, technically it's only 3, right? The Adidas.
Adidas.
Yeah, Adidas. So it's not 20, it's just 3, but still.
We can go this up. Oh man. Okay.
More than needed, yeah.
Oh shit, okay, we got pigs,
Enemy spotted.
I think he's gonna go here, right?
Oh, the Junkrat's solo.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Restoring balance.
Eve. Got him.
Diabolical plan.
Okay.
Cancelled.
Go! Go, Gila! This damn is funny hard. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Okay, I'm going in with this. I'm going in. I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
I'm doing it.
Do
Okay,
it.
now we go back.
Oh Lord, do it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you tried. Oh no. Run!
Oh shit. I didn't know it. I'm sorry.
Where am I gonna climb? Please let me climb.
You did use the correct Lampy. You did great.
And da, 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 da. We did it!
Oh my goodness.
You look at junk. I like looking at junk. I like looking at
Silas.
Rorschach ink block. Ink block. Ink blot.
I reckon we're gonna tan their hides, partner.
Have a nice little boat.
You look like
Who wants to come onto my yacht?
brought to Mars.
Your yacht.
Let's draw.
Yeah, this is definitely one.
I
Come on,
want
come
to
on.
go to your yacht. Noah's
Come
Ark.
Learn, cowgirl.
Yeah, this is my little boat here. You like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's because I'm so rich and famous.
Oh my goodness.
Like Silas?
Exactly.
I'm just nervous to open that app because every time I open it, they're all like, "Where were you?"
Right? It's okay though.
Every time, every single time.
Well, it's because you like log in like every 2 months or so.
I know, but like, why can't they just give me a break?
Oh, but they say it's okay and they're just glad that you're back and you should just shut the fuck
But I
up.
have to listen to each and every single one of them say that 4 times every time, the same dialogue.
Oh, I don't know that because I only ever have a Raphael in my thingy.
That's Silas.
Oh, really? 'Cause they all like, I don't know. It's just they all text you. They're like, "Where were you?"
Oh, the taxi. Oh yeah, no, yeah. But it's okay. It just means they're worried about you and they love you.
And they love me a little less.
No, because they love with a lot of heart. They love with 2 hearts.
2? I thought that was
3
Raphael.
even. Yeah, right. He also has. Okay, no, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, no, I know what you're gonna say.
You know exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean fable? Like, don't act like you guys didn't expect that of me.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
No, Doomfist! Stop it!
Fuck.
Animal Crossing. Oh, I need them to bring out a new Animal Crossing. I'm craving one. I'm craving so badly.
Again.
Hi, Jay.
Oh, nice.
Hi.
Hello.
Do I need to get the next commission of Raphael next? Oh my god, I would literally die, but you don't need to get anything from Frank.
Oh.
I'm so thankful for your support and everything.
They're talking about a new character that they're gonna add. I mean, somebody was just, I think, alluding that it's going to be someone opposite to Raphael.
Yeah, oh shit. There were like rumors that it's gonna be like one more person that they're gonna add,
Yeah.
but no one knows who exactly. I just hope they have long hair. Sexy boyfriend, hey, listen, you can never have enough, alright? Shut the fuck up.
Oh fuck.
do the New Horizons DLC? I did do the New Horizons DLC.
I'm just like lacking XP, guys. Like, I would have paid if they let me get to the story. Oh, I have nothing. I have nothing. Oh, I'm dead.
Meteor strike.
Long hair is also just so pretty because either they look like some fucking assassin or like an elven prince.
I learned from that.
And it's both. I just please. I love long hair.
We're gonna have to touch this.
Wait,
Elven
no, I got Bob to
Prince
touch.
are
I got
extra
Bob to
hot.
touch. He's on.
He's on it.
Bob carries. Bob carry.
Oh shit, he did.
Perfect.
Hell
Did
yeah.
so well.
Almost every assassin I know has short hair. Ezio did it. We're gonna be on point, guys.
Or like some fucking, I don't know, some fucking mage or dark mage. Like, you know what I mean? Like dark mysterious type is what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Mexico, trying to res. Mr. Res. Okay, she's not resing. Oh fuck. That's a little.
Sometimes
Oh,
it takes
okay.
two.
Shot it in the head. Shot it in the head. Wait, we actually did
Doomfist,
it?
fuck you.
Let's go.
What the fuck?
Bob MVP.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
Bob
we
was
couldn't have done it
beautiful.
without Bob. You'll seal. Excellent Bob placement. Oh, look, he did it.
His name is Lushy. Let me look at my loot boxes. Next one.
I think I'm gonna do one more game and then I probably should go make myself some food.
Okay, that's understandable. What about you, Nova? Did you eat, Nova?
Yeah, I hate sneakies. While
Right,
you were
Scoreboard.
let me put on this Bob. Nova is responsible.
You responsible?
Happy holidays.
Very
Happy
responsible.
holiday.
Your judgment is flawed.
More snackies than candies. Yeah, this is what she's been doing.
I'm going to make Fable probably bread or something. Hi Astra Rose, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Oh my god. Serve. Is it a tennis one? Yeah.
You have a friend who is potentially an assassin? Damn, that's sick. Do they have long hair and are singing? I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
I had a cheese wheel.
Oh my bread.
A cheese wheel?
Yep, chest.
Wait, you ate an entire cheese wheel? What?
No. It was like one of those Baby Bell cheeses.
Oh, okay. I thought you had like an
Takoyaki.
entire one of giant cheese wheels. I was like, what?
Ex-CIA. Holy moly.
I'm going to have to science the heck out of this.
The Nino classic snack, yeah. I know, we
Bread.
don't really have
Because
much.
it's easy there. This.
You live in Skyrim? I wish.
Dude. Punchy Mario. Oh, cool. Ooh, okay. Damn, I was just opening my thing. Let me. Havana. Havana, Havana. Same brain.
Exactly.
See, I thought it too. I just didn't sing it that time.
Oh, Nova, you let
why
us down.
wouldn't you?
Sorry.
The dog would be sick. Fable, I did not kill. I mean, I did kill that dog, but it was self-defense.
You honor self-defense.
Exactly. in Oblivion. He was attacking me. What? No pocket money for you.
No!
Go to your room, young lady.
Oh no.
I will not give you the new Skibbity skin.
Wait, the Sasha Boys song is on my playlist.
Oh, which
I'll
one?
be your idol.
Yeah, the idol.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite from the movie, I think.
Yeah. Wait, let me have it next. I wanna listen to it now. I'll be your idol.
It was attacking me, Lampy! It didn't just run towards me. Wait, I want to connect with this guy. Wait, don't run away from me.
Stay close. I can't
He's
hear
not
you.
jumping back.
Pray for me.
Mr. Daddy Alpha is not jumping back to me. Please, Mr. Daddy Alpha. Oh wow! Wait, how do I say hello? How do I do that again?
Hold C.
Ooh, I have cool nails.
Oh, I'm connecting.
5, 4.
I'm connecting with Mr. Daddy Alpha! My life is complete! I'm gonna friend them.
Where's my right click there?
No, I hope I won't let them down. Probably will a bit.
Oh shit, wait, that's not. Okay. Fuck. I'm learning how to play. Peter's character.
Imagine learning how to play.
Oh, shit. Oh man. I swear the one playing these characters, like... I missed. Ugh.
You must like having me around.
Oh wow, it's so far in. Oh, we haven't played. Each.
They got us outnumbered. I'm the last one you'll ever.
Yeah, I can't kill shit. Never confirmed, but I'm cool. Assassins. Yeah. I meant like fantasy assassins the way I was talking about it. It's not real assassins. Because yeah, I can imagine that they probably wouldn't be allowed to have long hair. But in a fantasy setting, you know,
Oh, nice. Oh, are you kidding me right now?
shit, I didn't have my spear. Man, the music I'm listening to right now is just not fitting for a fucking match trying to kill people.
Oh shit. Thanks.
Boyfriend.
Wait, why do I hear him? He's below us?
Nah, he ran over here.
Oh. Okay, they need to fix that audio then. Wait. Yeah, I'm definitely not wearing my headset wrong. I think it's just that character.
No, man, I almost got him. I was too aggressive.
I missed
Okay, I
like...
have my ult. Oh, shit, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it.
Oh, okay, that's ours.
No, don't, no, Mr. Daddy Alpha, don't go! Oh no, I want to sing along. Oh no. This can't be happening.
No saying. Oh, wow. I might have killed myself because I just zoned out.
Yeah, I get that. It happens to me a lot.
Which part?
Zoning out and killing
Quitter.
Guys, DPR is just so cool.
Oh shit, I didn't want to do that.
Where is this? Yeah, they need to fix his audio. His audio is so
Oh shit. Wait,
messy.
who did I copy?
I don't know. Is it a tank?
No, I think I copied the orb dude.
Oh, the new guy. Oh,
No, no.
you healing?
No.
Zen?
I am? Yeah.
Oh, is Nyata?
Holy
Oh,
shit.
Ramatra. Because they don't have a Zen. And we don't have a Zen. Wait, oh, this is the path?
There's a lady behind you.
Are you wearing your ears wrong way?
I did
No,
it.
might be. Same. Way.
Now to show 'em that I'm
Yeah, Nino was wondering earlier if she wore her headset wrong, but I'm not sure if... Did you check it, Nino?
No, I'm not wearing it wrong.
Oh, okay.
And it's that new character's audio. It's fucked up.
Oh, he's dead. He all dead. Oh, I'm dead. I was floating out. Oh, I'm revived! Yay! Oh no.
Oh, he's low, he's low, he's low. I couldn't finish. Oh, there we go. He's dead
Got
now.
him. Do not worry, I protect you. Oh, they're almost dead. You got this.
Oh,
Got him.
No, Mr. Daddy Alpha, don't go without me. They'll make kebab out of you. Mr. Alpha Kebab. There we go. Slay Queen. I killed Slay Queen. I slayed Slay Queen. Ha 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 ha.
looked like a Ramatra. Oh, fuck. Okay.
I keep on getting.
Oh my god. Oh, what is happening? Oh god.
We got it. We got the payload. It's fine.
Oh, I did.
I can't tell if he's doing a good job or not.
You're doing great. I hereby declare that you're doing great.
Oh, thank you. I'm so confused. What's happening?
Oh yeah, me too.
We got the point.
I don't take kindly to be
Oh shit, I died immediately.
I have a soldier now. Oh my god, I completely forgot which spawn we were in. I was literally talking about that. We got the point. Oh my god, I'm gonna...
Their Sigma is almost dead. Well, he was. Oh, I think he is again.
He's
Yeah.
gonna be dead now.
Almost dead. Oh. Fuck. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baby Omega. Mr. Baby Omega! Wait, those two are definitely teamed up. Mr. Daddy Alpha and Mr. Baby Omega, they're definitely teamed up. God. Oh man, there's so much stuff going on. Is it Slampy? Is it really? Is my health low? You think so? You think
Oh
so?
fuck, I just...
Thank you for the boost, I appreciate it. Thank you for the warning.
Let's get back in the
Who the fuck is you?
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Meet your fate.
You can get him. Get him.
I
They're
see him.
weakened.
Yeah, but he has shield.
They're weak and frail. Feeble little. Oh my god.
Oh fuck, he won that.
Can I
Oh.
Oh, can I only copy an enemy?
Yeah, only an enemy.
Ah, damn.
Like, why the hell can't I hit her? Why am I so shit?
Fuck, I'm almost dead. Oh god. I'm dead.
Oh, you're gone.
Wait, is that a new Fable emote that Lampy just sent?
That's the nerdy mode.
Oh, why did I do that? I didn't have to do that. Each enemy target by Deadeye.
Very good.
Thank you.
Oh, that
thank
was
you.
so dumb. That was silly. Pick.
Lucky shot.
Oh.
Duplicating signal.
Oh. Oh, we're gonna have to touch.
Oh shit.
No. Meant by
No.
next win, right?
It's okay. We did pretty alright.
Pretty eye. There.
Ooh, I like that
Yeah, that's one of the mythic skins, which you can get from the store.
Can I end on a loss, people? I can, in fact, end on a loss.
Did you really?
Yeah, because if I wait until we win, that might be. I mean, I believe in us and
I will
all,
go
but
tank. I will go tank. We will get a game instantly.
I mean,
What? Fable has to leave though, Nino.
What do you mean? I did. What are you talking about?
She should feed herself.
Fable hunger. Oh.
Yeah, I told you it's good. You see, I told you. She
You're not
needs
even on
eating.
tank.
I just
You're
woke
not
up
even-
Frankerzoid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nino.
Yeah.
We shouldn't keep our friends from eating food.
Bad Ninu. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll just eat
I'm-
food after this match.
I forgot. I thought. Okay, my brain was like, wait, she's gonna go to sleep. We can keep her up. And then I remembered. I literally just said to chat that you woke up at the beginning of stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been awake for long yet.
Yeah.
Been awake for like what, 3 hours? 3.5 hours. It was so rehydrated to do.
You have to
Okay,
eat.
I'm gonna do with water though, because I don't think it's wise to get wasted after I just woke up when I have so much stuff to do. And with stuff to do, I mean I'm probably gonna work on commissions and then I'm gonna play The Sims.
Very fair.
But work first. I know what. I know what is going on.
Oh, you want to see something cool?
Yes.
I drink my juice.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Look at him sword.
Yeah, look at my eyes. They go funny.
Yeah.
Why does your booty like stick out like that when you do it?
Yeah, he is. He was so zesty right there.
Oh,
and you know what? I respect it.
Wait.
Dead. Everyone dead. Oh, I'm dead. So play The Sims then.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I will play The Sims, but I will do work and stuff first.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like play The Sims on stream?
She can't.
I can't just remove those, you know. I do
Even though
have
any
Nino
blind
and Nova to take care of in The Sims.
Strike from the heavens.
So far they
Behind you,
haven't died. Oh, I didn't see that.
Sorry, that took me ages to hit.
When you were in college, damn, Frankazoid. You played Overwatch in college?
Oh my god.
Why would you ever play Overwatch? I say playing Overwatch.
I don't want to
Because it was the thing.
Because then you're gonna spend more money.
Pew pew. Pew pew.
Oh, fuck, no.
You know, I was kind of...
Thank you.
I think I'm gonna try to get my driver's license.
Your driver's license?
I think I'll start trying to get my driver's license again.
Oh my goodness.
You gonna drive all the way to me?
I would drive all the way to you if there wasn't an ocean in the way. Wait, there's an ocean in the way, right?
There's probably
took
a
one
bridge
person
to you
with me.
guys.
Oh, we run over people.
I'll see them burn.
Yay!
Like, part of me was considering moving to my grandparents. But I don't want to leave my mom.
Oh, do they live in Germany too?
Far away.
Yeah, they live like Forest though. And I just really like it there, and I feel so at peace
no
there.
internet?
I mean, we have it. Yeah, there will be internet.
Sorry, I should have come down.
I don't think I'm gonna do it, but at least I could visit them then.
No worries, guys, I'm touching point. I'm gonna die though.
I would love to help, but oof, I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm
I
on my
died.
way. They tried to keep me down, and oh shit. I mean, they're kind of succeeding right now.
Yeah.
Let's show
Oh, he's behind me. Oh, he shot me in the back.
You dang.
An underwater tunnel?
Oh, does he have the shotgun thing? The bloody snipes you?
Wait, who?
It was just Reaper.
Okay, let Fable go eat food.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
People need
Fable, thank you
nutrition.
for playing.
Nino has left the group.
Oh, no, wait. I said leave as a group. Sorry, hold up. Okay. Wait, I can just join a group. There you go.
Alright, how do I...
Oh wait, I'm in a group with Fable. Okay, I'm leaving the group with Fable.
Alright.
Fable, we're gonna miss you, Fable.
I'm gonna miss you guys too. I mean, maybe I can come back later and like just chill on the call with you, but...
Yeah!
Work on stuff, but I just gotta get some food.
Please go get food.
Go get nom nom.
I will get
We're
the
gonna
best
miss
nom nom.
you.
Bye forever, Fable.
Bye
Goodbye. This is my
forever.
graduation. I'll never stream again.
Whoa, whoa.
Wait,
we do not
what?
joke
No.
about this.
Don't worry, guys. You can't get rid of me. Maybe, but you know.
I doubt that we're gonna get this, Nova. If we do comp. I doubt it.
Only
can
a
try.
13-hour drive between London and Berlin. I would do that for Ninu.
You would?
I mean, I don't live in Berlin, but so it's gonna be like a little bit more, I think, but or less. I don't know, depending on which direction she is. But
Sweat. Oh my god.
all right, don't use the G word. Don't worry, I'm not graduating right now. I'm not.
She's lying to us.
Oh man. bull hockey on that. She said it again. I'm not gonna use the G word. Don't worry. But you guys have fun with Nova and Nino, all right? Squeeze your tiny little hands for me.
Aww.
Wait, whose?
Your guys'
tiny
tiny little
hands.
hands.
Okay.
Who
Wait,
has tiny hands?
both of us?
Yeah, both of you. have
Oh, my
tiny
hands are
little
average. What the hell do you mean?
No. You have tiny hands. I have big, huge, manly hands. Okay,
yeah.
I will go. I'll go
Hawk
right
tour.
now. Hawk tour.
You lady, tiny hands for
Yeah,
no,
Oh,
you lot, no,
something. I need to
no.
look at that.
You lie.
All right, goodbye, guys. Bye forever.
Bye.
No.
Bye.
Amazon Prime, don't forget Amazon Prime. How could she?
No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here.
I
Just
got a
waiting.
raid.
You got a
Believe it,
raid.
I got a raid. Why didn't
Oh my
the
god, can you tell me
animation
more
go
about the
off?
raid?
The raid didn't have an animation. That's wild.
Oh,
Damn,
Weird
we're
thinking.
strong.
Thank you so much. Oh, there it is.
do
Okay.
I hear her voice?
Well, guys, I couldn't just stay on the call. I'll just mute myself and go get some food.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi,
back
guys.
You're gonna have to. Bye.
If you don't know me,
Hey, how's it going?
Nice clip.
That was
if you don't know me, I'm
no
broken.
way. No way. You fucking dickhead. You fucking dickhead.
Frankerzoid! What are you doing? What are you...
I couldn't even keep
You did not have to pay.
It's just too funny.
What?
You got it. You got it. Are you happy? Don't put your wallet away. Put it away. Oh my god. Ain't no fucking way, bro. I did
Something is happening, but I don't know what's happening.
No. Like. Yeah.
Frank being Frank, Frank being a legend.
Put your wallet away. You better not do that again. You better, Nick. That was a one-time thing, but you don't have to. You shouldn't. You should never donate to me ever again. Okay? That's like so much money. Okay? What do I do? What do I do? You know, he donated more for my rent.
Well, Frankenzoid, make sure you are taking care of yourself first.
Yes.
Oh my god, wait. We can get Demi. Demi plays
I
a
can get
forge.
Demi.
Frankenzoid, you are an absolute legend. My name is this there. But make sure you are taking care of yourself, and then you can spend your money however you like. But make sure it's responsible.
Yes, please be responsible. You don't have to spend it on some random.
Want me to ban him, Nova? You fail. It's installed. On MJF. Wait, did I?
You took us out of queue, by the way.
Yeah, I thought Demi was joining us, but I guess not.
Thank you so much.
But it's gonna take so long. May Jeff bless us. Yes. Enjoying laying in bed, being ill. Yeah. Richland insanity. Oh, you don't? Okay.
Why are people so nice to me? I don't get it. I'm not even doing you guys anything.
That loves you.
I don't deserve that. That's so much. It's so much. It just. Thank you. Thank you.
Freakazoid. What a legend.
I'm so fucking broken. I'm broken. Funding the show. I know.
Oh wait, it's probably
Seriously,
do.
Jab Master.
Okay. Should do widow headshots.
Entering the necropolis.
Oh, my face hurts. Oh, my face hurts because oh god.
Oh fuck.
I aim to captivate. A magic touch.
Dad. I need you, Dad. That's hard. It's okay, Demi. I spend all my money on skins and video games outside of rent.
A worthy opponent.
Gamble responsibly.
Wait, guys, what if if I can pay rent, then maybe I can start dyeing my hair like I want to.
Oh shit, what color are you going?
I wanted to do black and rainbow.
Black and rainbow? Like,
Yeah. Like.
hi Nova. You wanna shoot me?
Oh shit.
Okay, there's somebody there. Okay. Okay, you can try and shoot me.
Yeah, like rainbow streaks, you know? Or pink. Or purple. Maybe I should make it like my VTuber. Although, then I guess people would know who I am in real life if I made it exactly like my VTuber.
Hi Nova.
Hi.
Look how I'm protecting you.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, she got me.
Time to teach these bugs some manners.
Feel like I've been like every color. Yeah, that's Nova in there. Yeesh! Wait, but holy fuck. I don't want to go there. Oh, what the hell?
Finally, a worthy opponent.
You watches you? Are you assuming that people don't watch me? You know what I'm saying?
Wow, I'm so trash at this game. Oh
No,
my
I
god,
really
we finally found a game. Please don't make me tank. Please don't make me tank. Please. Oh fucking hell.
All I'm saying.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. If we go Busan. I mean, we could go
Rude.
Nepal as
Oh,
well.
hey.
Nice.
Please take care of your lungs. I just still believe that you should not be smoking, but I
3
appreciate you being here.
cigarettes. Oh, come on, Busan. No, okay,
What?
Nepal is fine.
Self, you so
Nepal.
right. What are the odds that somebody lives like down the street from me? It's wild. Should be ish.
Select heroes to ban.
Ban rolled. Hog. Okay.
They don't want mercy.
Let's even run. Oh yeah, I don't mind running hog. I don't like it. I'm sorry. Like this. Still like this.
Texas. You don't have to pay it. This is a one-time thing, Freakazoid. You don't know. You don't have to do things.
Okay. Oh my god, I do like that we can actually see top 3 heroes, but we can't see the enemies. Not really cool.
Time to save the world? Game on!
I have so many hair colors I want to do though. And I haven't been able to do them because rents are expensive. It's true. I do have to pay taxes.
You gotta pay your taxes.
Yeah, I gotta pay.
Wow, okay.
Oh my god.
Is this a Reddit Lucio? Yeah.
What does a Reddit Lucio mean?
One that doesn't heal. Oh, that's a fucking oh my god. Wow. Oh. Okay. I have Malga now. Okay. Oh no, I have Ram. Oh, what are these? What are these?
You're so right. You're
Oh
right.
shit!
So ridiculous.
Dang.
Especially because I have roommates, so it shouldn't. I feel like it shouldn't be that high, but.
Yeah. Everything is expensive, and we don't earn a lot.
Yeah.
Well, crazy, huh? Oh, be careful, there's hands okay. Oh no, I didn't have to do that. Wait, I did. Wait, do I? I don't remember. I'm thinking of... Oh no, I wasted it. I think we keep our ult charge. I forgot!
Yeah, that's like California, though, right?
No! Oh wait, no, it's fine. Easy. This does not stop. This does not stop. Lizard. Oh, I don't like this. Oh gosh, I thought I would have enough time. Enough to mod and enough time.
Okay.
But I let you down.
No, you never.
I've let you down.
Shit.
Oh. Hey. Okay. There's no way I did not eat that. There's no way I didn't eat that. That's okay. Oh, we need to pull back, I believe. Hey, I'm here now. Oh, nice. Nice. Wait, where the fuck did she go? She killed herself. Oh gosh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Over here. I see an enemy.
Oh. Wait. Okay. What the hell, Lucio? There you go. Get back.
Got a ball.
Wait, where the fuck is she shooting? Oh, she's there. Okay. Where's the ball? It's doing this stupid spin thing. Hell yeah, we did it! We won! In the video game!
Wait, where's...
Lucio's
Oh, you're
crazy.
the tank. I was gonna
Yeah.
say, where's the tank?
Oh, Diva.
I didn't see your back.
It was me. This guy's crazy good. Damn, that's nasty. Go again?
Yeah, yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Next.
Who are... Who is Luca? Why is this a challenge right now with the 11 loot boxes?
That is Stadium, I believe. And Luca is a gamer.
Is it gamer?
What do you need to do? Yeah, he plays.
It's just play games. It's 66, 77.
Stadium ones.
It's like,
Oh, Stadium grants double. Okay, hold up, places. Oh shit, that's how long is this gonna last?
I don't know, but that's so many loot boxes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot my loot boxes.
Oh, I got 11 again! What the fuck? That's so many.
Reinhardt. Ooh, oh wait. Yeah, cool.
You really should take better care of yourself.
Are you guys winning?
Yeah, we won.
Yes. We
won.
won the last one.
Yes. Pumpkin.
We're opening loot boxes right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how was your bread table?
I'm eating it right now. I put a bun in the air fryer.
Nice.
I'm probably just gonna mute myself while I eat so you don't have my chewing noises.
It's okay. We love your chewing noises.
I'm sure you do.
Ew.
Behind you! Ah!
I mean, listen, if you guys want to hear me chew Frankozoid, I mean, be my guest, but... From my experience, people aren't exactly too wild about chewing noises.
You don't know that.
Well... I have a strong suspicion.
Kingsborough, yeah. My tank again? Oh, fuck.
If you need us to like get out of queue so that way you can be not
Oh, it's
tanked,
fine, it's
then
fine, it's fine. I'll only, like, I'll do that when... when we lose a game. Or when I get too upset from it. Gosh. Orisa. Olisa.
Orisa.
Olisa.
Select hero bands.
Zarya. Because I don't play Reinhardt.
They want to ban the new healer.
There's
Why?
no point in banning that.
Other ban Ryan.
Mostly just
It's not that annoying.
Reaper and Bull. That's crazy.
Now entering King's Row. Prepare to attack. Select
Oh, attack.
Ooh, I like your banner, Ninu.
You like it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You hate playing tank 9 out of 10 times. You know, I played tank in Overwatch 1 because I played like off tanks. Oh, these are old.
distant lately, Lacour? By your design. Pondering anything unusual? Dangerous? No, never.
Be present while charging Terror surge.
Now that Overwatch is back, I insist
Alright,
that you
let's
start
get
dressing up for the
that.
Halloween parties.
What? I always dress
okay.
up.
You can't be Cyborg Ninja every year.
5,
How about
4, 3,
Cyborg Ninja in a hat?
1. Attack. Mentality level. Capture objective A.
Oh, nice. Where's the...
They did not protect this very well.
Wait.
Hello there.
Yeah, you don't need to follow Genji.
Yeah, I know, but it just
Yeah, I
seemed
know,
like
I know.
it was easy.
Escort the payload.
Indeed.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, be careful.
I got it!
I got him away. Got him away. Got him. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh shit, I should have got out of there.
And you thought I was right. I will never rest.
Push the payload now.
I am here.
Big Steiner laps. Not so fast.
Yeah.
Oh no, 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 I got that. Oh my god. I was gonna back out of that because I didn't think it was gonna work.
Ain't no way she actually did that.
Alright. I have numbed.
Oh shit.
Time to save the world? Game on! Rally to the payload!
Oh.
Feeling more powerful? Weapons optimized! Payload rolling out!
Oh. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Fully operational! Neutralizing projectile!
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Ew.
That was only a warm-up. Die.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Nova,
Weapon systems
Here.
overloaded.
why are you so quiet?
Because I'm locked in.
Guys, she's locked in.
Do you want me to? I mean, I could ramble if you want, but I.
No, it's fine. No. No, Fable's gonna rumble first. That's what
Yeah,
she's here.
Fable. Why are you quiet, huh?
I don't know what to talk about.
Yeah, man, what the frick?
I'm no longer
gonna-
streaming. I don't need to be entertaining anymore.
You were right.
Oh shit. Oh, he fell in the hole! He did not! Oh no. That was crazy. That was actual crazy.
I got that fun. It was nice fun. It had some seats and stuff, and it's funny because seed and fun and yeah, and it was nice and
Oh,
crispy
fuck.
and
I thought I could maybe get it.
it
Have you
was
seen my Dress Up
nice.
Darling? I'm currently watching the new season of Dress Up Darling.
Who's that?
Oh, it's so cute. It's
I've
do you guys
watched
know
the first one.
VTuber Amelie who joined VShojo before they like kablooied
Like the VTuber who?
Oh yes,
on
yes.
Twitch?
Big
yeah,
Booba?
Amelie.
Oh yeah.
She's Monarch. She's the
Yeah.
voice actress for the main character of an anime on Crunchyroll.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's a really cute one. It's all about cosplay. It has some like I don't know. I just like it because it's all about people made fun of me for liking this and now it's like normal and people are being chill about it. Or, I don't know.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh god. Why you guys do this to me?
To work.
Wait, Silas? Where? Was it a sound? There's apparently a Silas. I didn't see it. Where? I missed it.
Don't let go.
Oh god. Why you guys do this to me? Oh, don't let go.
Don't let go.
Don't let go. Thanks. God. Why you guys do this to me? Oh shit. Wait, where's the... Wow. Holy shit, that's too much. Dang.
4 of us.
Silas, why you do this to me? My beloved.
2-0. Switching sides.
Oh, my graphic tablet is empty. No, I have to charge it. Charger is so short.
Defend. Wait, why does it... Oh, I see. Oh my god, I'm so forgetful.
Only in unity will we find strength.
Oh,
My heart is strong.
Did she break
And
something?
my javelin
no.
is sharp.
I don't think so. I didn't actually see what
Things are slower. Protect the innocent.
And when you meet the less than innocent,
Oh, they get the javelin.
Lampy, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I'm gonna put it in, I'm gonna charge it. Honestly, I might be able to do both at the same time, because sometimes I just wait for my Sims to do stuff and all that. Ugh. Give them some input. They're having so many babies.
3.
Wonder how that's happening.
No one knows. But they're planned. They're planned.
Oh fuck.
Also, I think Little is knocking at my door. Oh, shit, I can't.
I'm on the door.
Alright, I might have to actually charge this thing on me.
Oh my god.
Get myself longer clean up at some point.
Rabbit mod? No, Lampy. Are you not familiar with the mod she uses on Sims?
That has nothing to do. I mean, it has something to do with that because it literally has, but like.
Stop babies are made. I mean, what did you expect would happen?
It's for immersion, it adds other stuff too.
Sorry, me?
Smile on my face.
What?
Wait, to me?
We were talking about how babies were made. I don't know if, did you,
No, one of my daughters moved out and she had a baby with her werewolf boyfriend.
oh, rebel boyfriend.
Werewolf boyfriend.
Thought I could, okay, that was stupid of me, but I thought that maybe I could get over there.
Kirby, what are you doing? What are you doing, baby?
Okay, let's take things up a notch.
Baby. Aww. Oh, you made me feel
Here I come.
baby.
Now we're talking.
Come on my lap. I'm gonna just grab it now. I'm gonna grab you and put you on my lap. You have no choice. Aw, he's going onto my desk. Kirby, do you want to say anything? You hear him purr. He's purring for you guys and you.
Oh.
Hear him.
6791. Wait, have you been naming all of your daughters Nova?
What? I have not. Her name was Primrose. I mean, it still is. She ain't dead yet.
Still not dead.
Because her mom is a fairy, like a nature fairy. Calling her a baby.
Oh. What the fuck? I didn't even do that. I can't destroy the barrier fast enough.
Again. Till I see it.
Is where I say it is.
Oh my god, I tapped out. Whoopsies. You're fine, guys, you're fine.
You, Gracie.
Never happens to him until everyone on this call and then myself.
Oh fuck. They just... We got rolled.
We really did.
Surrender to my will.
Damn.
You still want to queue with Tank. I know it can be
Oh,
frustrating.
no, definitely not anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, Lampy, I'm not playing with the game I'm using on stream in private. I'm only using that one.
Dude. Oh, what the fuck?
I have like 2 big Sims games that I play off stream. Oh, Lampy. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my god.
Holy fuck. That was nice. Okay, let me quickly change. Oh, it cancelled itself. It's fine.
Oh wait, I got a loot box.
Oh, baby.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was talking to Furby. I was calling him my baby.
Oh, you gotta re-queue.
I got you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Baby Nova has, okay, she's not an adult, but she has grown further, and I also had Ninu now. I had my second child with the Grim Reaper, and I called it
Me?
Ninu. Yeah.
I'm the Grim Reaper?
Oh, you're the child of the Grim Reaper.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Grim Reaper.
My spot. My spot.
It changed Nova's hair color from ginger to black because she didn't want to be ginger. And Nina was born with black hair.
Say that.
I mean, did you not? Hold on, I think Furby wants outside. I'm gonna quickly let him outside before he goes crazy. Oh wait, no, he's here. Wait.
Wow. I just got in. Let me play.
Alright, let me get him outside. I'm checking his back.
Wow, this game was so loud. Fuck. What the fuck?
Don't let go.
Oh god. Why you guys do this to me? Whoa, I need to lower this. Is there a way to just lower the volume on this mode? I don't think so. It's freaking loud. Them thighs. Thighs. Thighs.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Are you? Come here. Do it. You're supposed to be mine. Oh, fuck off. Yeesh.
I'm back.
Hey.
Oh.
That was mine and then they fucking stole it. That was mine! Yeesh! Oh, no way to do that. Thank you. Nah, dude. Okay. Hi. Wait. Ah. Winging it! Too much noise here. My brain no process. Wait, is that you?
I don't
Wow.
know how to play Reinhardt.
Oh, shit, I'm dead. No.
Should I kill somebody?
Sorry, Reaper. Wait, is that you, Nova? Are you Hanzo? No, it's not.
Oh, not Hanzo, no.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Oh my god, that person. Doing a diva ult with this many people around with no cover is crazy.
Please stay down there. Oh. Oh no. Can I get up? Can I get up, please? Can I? Hey, get over! Get over!
Oh, no, 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 no! No, Genji, can't you wall run?
Wow, what a sleep. Oh, fuck that. Fuck this. Nova, accept it. Where'd you get Jinx?
There were a couple of Genjis, but yes, I was one of them.
Oh, okay.
Right in the Genji.
Oh, fuck. Dang. Fuck! Forgot.
How did I not kill anybody?
You haven't killed any. Oh, fuck. Come on, I just spawned in. Oh, what the hell?
There we go.
Are you kidding? Okay.
Oh, look at the little family right there. Guess I'm forced to play some Sims for my tablet. Sorry.
Bye.
How unfortunate.
No!
There's a baby on the ground. Can someone pick up the fucking baby?
Kill these guys.
Sharuna, oh, good boy.
Oh my god, I want to say bad words.
Rapscallion, we don't say bad words.
Wait, which button is the... Wait. Oh, right click. Okay.
Where's your fucking makeup, bitch?
Wait, when does it switch you?
Soon. Wow. Welcome.
No daughter of mine will not wear makeup.
Oh, fuck. Yeehaw.
I feel like I've been this water boy for forever.
You know, getting kills, huh? Wow. Where the fuck did she get me from?
Okay, well, you know, I try.
Oh, that's fucking savage. I don't think Nina even realized it.
I
What?
don't think she did either.
Sorry. What?
You were like, damn, you're not getting any kills, huh?
Yeah, she wasn't. Right? Right? You know, you didn't get any kills, did you? That's why you didn't change.
I should just quit this game now. I should just quit this game.
Oh, Nina.
Was I wrong?
You know, I thought that maybe you might be like, no, you're doing great, or it's okay, it'll get better.
No.
Damn.
See, I got some kills.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
She
why
did
does she
it.
sound so disappointed in me, dudes.
No.
Oh my god.
I'm not.
Oh my god.
You look so beautiful, my beautiful little
Thank you for your sacrifice.
flower. My beautiful Sims. Shish kebab. Sorry.
Wow, this guy does not.
What the fuck is
Are you kidding me? Wait. What the fuck? What the? Is there a widow somewhere that's just like shooting from like fucking miles away? This. Okay. Ain't no way. Nova?
Yeah.
You wanna play something else?
Sure. Let's do it. What do you want to play?
Let's just do Marvel Rivals.
Okay.
We can do comp there.
Let's do it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Chat. Mods. Chat. Do you have the title? Oh, hold up. Me on.
Oh, mother and daughter are bonding.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Normal bonding, you fucking freak.
What? I wasn't saying.
What?
I didn't say anything. What were you implying? I.
I just wanted to make this seem bad. I'm sorry.
You just
What
wanted to
the
say it.
fuck?
Oh, wait.
That was so uncalled for. I didn't. I was just.
It's just the way you
Whatever.
said it, and I thought I saw the opportunity, and I just had to. I'm sorry.
It's alright. She took it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're talking to each other though. Oh, and now the daughter fucks off. She's like, I don't want to talk to you. The mom is still talking, but she just left.
Is the mother still
Bye.
yapping?
She was, but I think she stopped now.
Oh.
The uncle is playing with a lump of clay.
Hey, you
I have
guys
to
will
turn
be
my
able
model
see
off,
the game in a
guys.
sec.
I'll turn my model off.
Good lady, you need to post to your fucking Instagram story.
Okay, we'll do this.
Oh, I know what she's gonna do. She's gonna have a party. Oh wait, 6 p.m. talent showcase. Ooh.
Goodbye, new model. Yes, goodbye, new model. But that's okay. You guys gonna get 2D Ninu. Oh, yeah. And I can show you guys my new this what? Oh fuck.
Best image
Alright,
ever.
here we go. This, look! This was I was trying to change my biddies to this. Hey! Oh my, we have PowerPoint Ninu. You missed that. And hi, Ketchup. I was trying to change the biddies to this, but for some reason, Stream Element is being a bug. Do you guys like it? Do you guys like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You know what? I have this saved, so we're gonna be this. I have this saved, guys. I just need some color correction. Can I reset this? Oh wait, that's color correction. We need chroma key. Chroma key. Man. Eesh. Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
Oh.
Okay.
Did Nova leave?
Nova?
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 It's Novalia stream ended.
Oh.
Did she say something? Then I didn't hear her.
I did. She'd like disconnect.
Maybe her internet is gone.
Her PC crashed.
There she is, Nova.
Hi. Nova.
Hi.
Hi. What happened?
I opened Marvel Rivals and it crashed my entire.
Oh man.
Damn. Damn. That's rough.
That's
rough, buddy.
I'm just gonna pull up your stream. I don't think I'm gonna start my stream back up, but I'll continue playing games.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you get the skin?
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
No. I have to open it up.
Open your.
Gotta open your.
Open your.
Oh, it looks like you got a skin though.
I do indeed-o.
If I could turn back time. Kristen, Adriel.
Nina, I got you a
Jackie.
thing. Oh, go on. Say it.
Oh god, I can't invite everyone.
Oh.
There's too many
Wrong
people in this family.
Hold up, let me see then.
There you go. I did it, Belf.
Editor! Editor! Oh my god! Could you believe it? I got rated.
I just rated my stream with 15 viewers.
You can be
Oh
someone
my
else
god! Is the hole?
if you believe it.
Is it far? Is
Oh,
it
shit.
this?
Oh! Take me back!
That's
Like my,
take
my
me back.
epic golf
I
maneuver.
see where it's
Oh,
supposed to be.
it's beautiful.
Wake
It's
me
beautiful.
up before you go.
Beautiful.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
Oh, I
Hanging
see.
on you
Okay.
like a yo-yo. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. To the moon. To the moon, though.
Ain't no way.
Wake me up before you go.
Wait,
I don't
almost
wanna
there.
Pog. W. W is in chat. I failed upwards.
I don't think that. Oh wow, yeah. I don't know how I got here,
What?
but I'm here now.
W.
I'm not sure if this was a no on birthday party.
White fly. Beautiful. Hey, it's like I was just playing with you.
Oh my goodness.
You believe it?
Okay, okay. Me open.
Is it open?
Oh,
Are you getting the skin?
Pretty.
Oh shit! Thank you, man. Yeah, it's just not loading up for me. Oh, you're here. Hee hee. Did you want to do comp or do you want to do normal?
Comp. Unless you don't want
No,
to.
no, I'm down. I'm down. Money move. Money move.
You.
Money move.
You.
Money move.
You.
Money move.
My Name ist Jeff.
Yeah, no babies. Who needs warm up? Yeah, what is warm ups?
Oh my god, everyone's having their birthdays.
Birthday.
Everyone's having their birthday.
Happy birthday.
Rawr.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh, there's something.
I'll go Jeff. I'm gonna go chill.
How are the babies doing?
So many Virgos.
I
Oh,
gotta banish from this match.
Also, there's only 2 babies, by the way.
Benny Parker.
Thank you, Yokai, for clarifying.
Welcome back.
What the fuck is up with your Jeff? Why does it look like that?
What do you mean? What do you
That
mean?
looks like his. That looks
When
like
you
his
When you knew.
like his parents were a little bit too closely related.
Oh man.
Oh wait, Wolverine maybe. Oh gosh, I hate all of this. It's just the vibe.
I love him though.
Do you like how beautiful I look?
Yeah, you're.
Thank you.
You are stunning.
Thank you. Thank
One
you.
of a kind.
Heroes could make
The
Thank
babies
you.
are crying.
Inbred
Get your
new.
fucking baby.
Thank you. It's all I've wanted to ever be. In between
inbred?
bread.
Oh.
Inbred.
Rangerzoid Nightbot just fucking got you. That is.
Oh no. Wait, is that mine?
I'm not sure. I think so. It's because
I'm no longer streaming, so
Yeah.
and recognize that after.
I don't know
like,
how
the-
that. I don't know how that happened.
In 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah, Yunu's the only one streaming. She's the only survivor.
Yeah.
Oh,
It thought it was a link. Oh my god. Alright, that makes sense. I know, but you know, like sometimes Switch be funny.
Put the baby down. Take care of your own baby. Oh my god.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Just not putting the baby down.
Step aside and let a true king lead.
They're all just standing around. Just like now.
Oh, they have a woman.
Anything but that.
Oh, never bothered me anyway. I'm with you. You're fine. Oh, she did. Yeah. Hey, line of sight, buddy.
Now, who am I going to turn to a fairy? Oh shit, what the fuck are they? Oh,
Nova!
Lord.
Nova? Guys, did she crash again?
no, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. I think you just, like, froze.
I wasn't talking. If that needed
Maximum pulse.
Put
Okay.
the fucking baby down.
Hey, yo, what's happening over there?
She's holding the fucking baby. I need her to put the baby down. Take care of her own baby. Put it somewhere. I don't care where. Just put it down. Just put it here on the floor.
I died. But I ate.
Oh, you better.
I ate and then I died. It's good to know that I can't swim up there.
No. Give your baby a bath. Perfect. Finally.
Born again.
Walk it up to Bose.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Yeah, dang. Yep, so they don't have a... What? Oh.
Aw, baby lifted her head.
I am so confused.
What's up?
No, I think my brain just, like, did math's wrong.
A nice deep freeze.
Math's wrong. Yeah, he's gone out, by the way. Oh shit, okay.
Maximum pulse.
Nice.
Yeah, it didn't matter though.
You're making little Demi cry. You can't do that, guys.
Sorry, Danny.
He's just a little guy.
I have three! I have three of them. Where should I take them though? I'm gonna just, I don't know.
trying to make pizza. Please
Oh,
don't
did I
burn it,
say-
Tim. You can do it.
That was a mistake! A horrible mistake! Okay, I'm gonna change. Right, I'm gonna go, invest.
Shit.
Iron Man behind us.
Hi! Hi, I'm Bright Prince. How you doing?
Everyone's just standing around.
Trying to make
staring
pizza?
at
You're making pizza?
Feel the pull. Be strong together. What am I?
You're gonna make a new pizza. I see. Okay, well,
Pizza,
that's good.
pizza,
That's good. Let's
pizza.
start.
Psionic surge.
Better stop that vehicle.
Okay, I'm gonna stop talking to your sister because you both are just staring at each other and it's getting a little bit freaky.
That's much better.
Behold, Dark Child!
Man, she's so pretty.
Thank you for kicking me alive.
Act wise, so. Oh my god, I killed myself.
Look out behind you.
I killed myself.
60 seconds left.
No worries, Ketchup. You have fun making it. Oh, you're not making a pizza? Oh, my bad. My bad. I thought you were making a pizza for me. He was making pizza for chat.
Now might be the time to stop that.
Yeah.
I want leftovers. I want pizza.
Just embrace the light. Disappear.
Oh, okay. I can't even see this guy.
No,
Oh, fuck.
Which fast enough.
There's no point being here. Oh, hiya. There's no point. What was that?
Go have fun.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
I outnumber you. Healing for my friends. That took the edge off, thanks. Render me assistance. As good as
Why am I using my abilities so stupidly?
I outnumber you.
We just switched this game. I don't think it's really that at all. But it takes a minute.
Well, here's somebody. Okay. Oh,
I am a true team player. I outnumber you. You are restored. I still need you.
Behold, Dark Child!
Our victory is nearly
barbecue chicken.
They got behind you.
Stop that vehicle.
I
Don't give
always.
them another inch.
I outnumber you.
Final 10 seconds.
You are restored.
I'll get you next.
The Voice of Kingdom gonna hop off the call.
Yes.
You guys have fun. Of course. Have fun, guys. Bye bye.
Time to vanish. Your powers are mine!
You got them all.
The current score is
I am Groot.
We can just go
Nothing
upstairs.
horrible is going to wake me down.
We miss her.
I heard something. I think something went through the vent. Fucking hell! I knew it.
Lux is here with us.
win this one.
I am
not
Loki,
anymore.
god of mischief and the king of Asgard.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
I
can go tank if anyone wants.
Round 2.
Bullets was my life. But wouldn't it be fabulous
Oh,
to
I don't know
have
who
an
said that.
all-superhero band?
It was the Star-Lord.
Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, I know tank.
30 seconds before you attack.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
This place is giving me a great idea for a new song.
Where is?
Oh, I know a nice
Oh.
little karaoke bar nowhere. Maybe you can try it out there.
It might be fun to debut new material in front of a crowd for once.
And if you happen to need a backup dancer.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Wow.
3, 2,
Such violation.
1.
An adorable robot that saves the day. Oh, that is like, that's the stuff.
Time to bring some light back to our city.
An opportunity for combat.
I was worried.
How? You're
Oh
frozen.
shit, that's perfect. Ready? Oh, she's solo. Oh, be careful.
Did Magneto feel threat? This body is fragile.
Snowball fight. Roar. Need some help. I like the cold.
Stay close, Herbie. Don't get you there.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
You were dead.
I'll get you next.
Thanks so much.
An opportunity for combat.
Farewell. Down. Oh, he's gone off.
What do I do for an encore?
Nice.
I'm still warming
I
up.
don't
behind
have shield
us.
for you. I don't have shield for you.
Keep an eye on this spot.
One
Nice
flank.
ultimate. Nice ult.
Thank you.
Our foes may be near.
He's gonna come
I've
from here.
got my ult for when I hear Iron Man.
Ty, I'm ready.
Avengers Tower? I'm not exactly welcome there. The darkness.
She failed.
Us against the world.
I can ult it if you want, or I can save it.
Maximum!
Oh fuck.
Never mind, fucking got him!
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh shit.
Born again!
Oh my god.
Perhaps I should be.
Okay, I'm not gonna ult.
Are really annoying for the healers.
Can always
I
use
tried to bang you.
I can try.
Guys, no chill.
I can go back to
Back in
strange,
the
maybe.
fight.
Get in here now. That's the stuff. Speed it up, little guy.
Be strong together.
We need to do something about the magic so I can focus.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I am strengthened for nothing here. Suspicious.
A nice deep freeze. Thanks so much.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm gonna ult
Ready
so
to
we
put
can
on a
engage.
show. No hitting pause. We have to
Yeah,
get
you guys gotta move in close to me.
We're finding our
Got it.
groove. A nice deep freeze.
Nice heals.
Shall we?
A little healing to kill.
Down to 30 seconds.
Wow, you're frozen.
Hunt them.
We get it?
Yes. Another hit for Luna
There is
Snow.
no time to be subtle. Attack!
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Everybody's being so polite. I
Magic's surrounding someone.
I can't focus. I just too many voices. Yeah, one of them is my own.
Adversaries were here.
Actually, head empty.
Child! Nice work. Dude, how many times have you ulted? Jesus.
Strange the machines truly are only.
I think so. I'm not sure.
Maximum pulse!
Oh fuck. Oh
Got
gosh.
it, I got it, I got it.
Wait. Is he coming behind us? Oh fuck that. Yeah, that's not something I can fight. Okay.
It's okay.
Magic is back here, watch out.
Thanks so much.
Okay, I killed her.
I'm very hot.
Iron Man behind.
Oh, aren't you the cutest little
Okay,
robot?
coming.
Of course we'll help you.
Iron Man flying.
I'm hurt.
I see it.
Appreciate the boost.
Your powers are mine!
Against the world.
Your god is suffering.
Snowball fight. I am ready to put on a show. Us against the world.
Sheesh, there.
Only 60
Ooh, that's. Oh, fuck.
No, my shield broke.
Unlucky.
Yeah, that's the Loki ult and the Luna Snow, or not Luna, C&D.
Someone needs a snowball.
My
in
There's
the
like
face.
4 ults there.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're ready to win this team fight here.
So swears Hella.
I'll start off. They have no sub ults.
Let's wait for everyone.
Down to 30 seconds.
I know. We gotta go, we gotta go.
I have portals just in case.
Bless the healing arts.
Enemy and freak your
Okay,
creative
there's somebody there
destruction
behind
here.
us. Watch out behind you.
Final 10 seconds.
Bring on the chaos.
I was worried.
That might have been over for the kill.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That's okay. I got my LT as well.
Nice. Head empty, minus the 17 other voices from the void. It's all me! It's all me! It's all me!
Hold still. I'm trying to help. Only 60 seconds left.
We've got lady, woman.
The lady
Yo,
with the sword.
push up, push up, push up. There's 2 guys there.
I forgot her name. Yeah, there's a ball.
Do a girl like a girl.
Thank you for the heals there.
I am ready to put on a show.
Maximum pulse!
Whoa, what the fuck? That's it got on my toes?
It broke my shield.
It's the grand finale.
Maximum pulse!
I wasn't even there. Wow, I got scammed.
Crap.
Final 10 seconds.
Yo, can you portal it? Can you portal it?
Yeah, in like 12 seconds. Yeah.
I'm hurt.
Okay.
Just wait for the portal, wait for the portal, wait for the portal.
You'll have to keep
I killed myself instead.
You gotta go now, you gotta go now.
A disappearing. I'm making a comeback. Us against the world. I'm ready to put on a show. Thanks so much.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world. We'll get you there safely with snowball fights.
Bro, I can't.
What is happening?
Be strong together.
Yo, Luna, watch out.
Dang. Got full. You guys got this. I believe in you. I believe.
Reach the Vishanti's power!
Their cloak is dead.
Be strong together.
Nice, huge.
Oh, aren't you the cutest little robot? Snowball fight. See them? Right there. Some help. I like the cold.
Somebody's gonna try and come behind us.
Thanks so much.
My life force is fading.
Behold!
Oh, there she is.
Oh, crap.
Frozen?
Nice tower.
Bruh, all the CC! Why did I get all the fucking CCs? Rip.
I tried to stall there.
Back in the fight.
GG.
Good try. GG.
Score 2-3.
They were nice.
They were very nice.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Holy moly. Look at you with the 40.
Oh god, I went back down to gold 1 though.
Have you considered not doing that?
No.
Really?
I'll think about it, I guess, but
Yeah, you must think about it.
Okay.
Netter. Is Jeff Jong. No, not domination.
Which
Tackle
hero
the
do you
bird.
think you want to be today?
I wanna be. I wanna be Dave. I wanna be Dave. Can you be Dave? Can you be Dave?
Yeah?
Can you be Dave?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
Come on,
match?
Dave. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he disgusting. Oh, domination. Who are the heroes? Meow, meow, meow. I love Vanessa. Who the hell is Vanessa?
Well, there is a Nessa in the team.
Oh.
That could be Vanessa.
Oh. Yes, you can get rid of. Nails. We're gonna.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Okay, I can go.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
So glad they didn't ban Squirrel Girl.
It feels good to step outside my bubble every now and then.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I don't know how you do it, Mr. Grimm.
I'm not sure what you mean, sweetheart.
People treat you like a monster. You just keep fighting to save them.
Is the thing? What's the thing?
Words bounce right off me. Luckily. So
Oh, he got Venom. Actually, I wanna go.
4, 3, 2.
I wanna go, Jeff.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think I could handle the pressure of the Dark Force.
Best man.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm stuck.
The mission area is yours.
Oh, he died. Oh. I perished.
Go, my squirrelies.
Oh, they're back here. Oh, they killed somebody. That's kind of embarrassing on their part.
The Natterok asked me, meow, meow, woof, woof, bar, meow, meow, woof, woof, bleat. Seems like a chaotic animal party in here, huh? Don't forget to invite the Egyptian-looking woman and throw in some D's nuts jokes to really
that's fine.
amp up the fun. Wee.
I got Luna, guys. I got Luna for myself. I'm gonna eat her. Wait, can I lob her off from here? Oh, yeah, I lobbed her off.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh, crikey.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
They don't look friendly. Off over here. That was just in time.
Wait, why did you do that?
We are undefeatable!
Bye-bye.
They've almost got it!
My favorite time!
Oh man, that Moon Knight. Did you get him?
Yep.
Nice. You guys just gonna have to do it. We got a stamp point. Yeah. Nice.
Control seized!
Nice.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Feeling better already.
Oh, Luna's gonna ult. With you? Oh shit! Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to be there.
By the eye of Agamotto! The moon haunts you!
I'll take a look.
They don't look friendly.
The area's almost yours!
I'm coming! No!
Good night, you guys.
Oh fuck. Good night!
You'll have to keep fighting until we
Sleep
have a
well. I think I have to try into something else.
I'm not the type who fades. Who wants to see something fantastic?
Oh, I think maybe they're just
Get ready!
rowing.
Promise me you'll take it
What,
easy.
the
The
Punisher?
Vanessa people.
Benjamin J.
Vanessa.
Grimm. You should know by now that
Vanessa
I'm
and
far from
Vanessa.
helpless.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't worried about you. I meant you should take it easy on them.
Well, in that case, we'll just have to wait and see.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Honestly, I'd be surprised if good old Doomy isn't behind a super tiny, whiny mess like this.
Eh.
Well, who have we here?
Vortex field! Psionic burst!
Yeah, couldn't get him down.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
A little help, please. I am ready to put on a show!
Well, he finally sheltered.
We are undefeatable! Just another sucker with suckers! Clear the way! Rest well, my dear Golem. There's more of them than us.
Oh, fuck. Is everyone dead?
They captured the mission area!
Come on, let me heal you.
I don't think that's welcoming.
My friends are here!
Watch out! Force burst!
I am through! By the eye of Agamotto, the moon haunts.
How many fucking alts? Are you kidding me?
Lights out.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I think we might actually have bots.
This is
Enemies on approach. Got the arc.
Vortex field!
Any medics around? That put a spring in my step.
Enemies out.
Feeling fantastic.
Red, you're a bot. Your mom?
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Pulse charge. Fire.
No, I don't think I'm gonna make it.
I think that may have had to be my LG for tonight.
That is fair. That is fair. Oh, wow.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Thank you for playing, Nova.
Of course, she's also engaged with me.
No worries.
Yeah. Good night.
I should
bye.
probably raid too, guys. I'll just raid, yes. I'll just wait. Thank you, Nova.
Thank you.
Don't forget Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime.
You didn't forget, guys. She's still here.
I am still here, actually.
Hell yeah. Let's raid Literature. Okay. Everyone has been streamed for so long. Everybody's. You got. Is Chris? Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, they just start. The both just started. Let's raid. Let's raid Ultrasource. She's got a special event going. No Man's Sky. I actually been thinking of playing that game. We're gonna be raiding Ultrasaurus. She is a lovely dino nerd. And she's playing No Man's Skies. And there's drops and new updates. So let's send some love her way.
And some Amazon Prime.
And and Amazon Prime. Wouldn't that be funny if I got you guys? Wouldn't it be funny if I got you guys got? If I got you guys got you guys got. I love you too, Nova. Smell you later, guys. Smell you later. Adios. Bye bye.